Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Hey there, everybody. Welcome back to another Satisfactory stream. I'm going to be your host today, Strange Bird Jim, as you can see right down there. And today we'll be, well, we're starting off today with, part A. It's July 25th, 2026. At currently 11 a.m. PST. Or at least, obviously. Yeah. Or at least the time of this recording anyway. Um, if anybody's, watching this later, on YouTube. Like and subscribe would be fantastic for those of you that are, stepping in for the very first time. And, check out my other playlists. Check out the description for multiple links down below. And, you know, give whatever support you can. So today we are going to be continuing where we last left off, which was, we're still working on completing phase 3. Part of that process is making sure that we get enough resources to handle, building up the, the parts necessary to finish off, phase 3. What where I last left off was trying to finish off the area, to build computers. So, now, right now, I have a lot of, you know, uh, I have the, electricity over here, from, uh, from, the main area, you know, but at the same time, I'm a little worried that just the sheer amount of machines is not necessarily going to be, like, right now I have, potentially like 2, fuel power generators going, or, well, I'll have 2 fuel power generators going, uh, sooner rather than later. My only concern with it though is the fact that, am I going to be making too many, is my amount of machines right at this moment in time more than, more than what energy I can produce. Now, one of the things that I was kind of debating was the fact that, right now I'm having, the 4, oil extractors, basically going into a single pipeline to go all the way down and try to fill up all of the, refineries that I have here. Now, I have this in the sense of, I'll be able to get, oil to every single last one of them. At least that's the, that's the idea anyway. One of the things that I was kind of thinking about doing was the fact that, I haven't, I haven't added any clock speed to this to add, additional fuel. Not that I have any batteries on me right at this moment in time, but, I could potentially add more, to, to just add, just a lot of oil flow in here. I mean, right now we have enough refineries to handle all the oil that's being pumped out of here, but at the same time, I'm a little worried that, like it's gonna fill up, like this first refinery for, like it's gonna fill up in all this crude oil in here first before it can even get, like this last one down here isn't gonna get like any oil for a while. So I'm just kind of thinking maybe I should consider um, uh, maybe breaking, having instead of having, them going into a single uh, pipeline, which I have Mark II to handle uh, the full amount of oil going down there. Maybe I should, take this line here and maybe put it down at the very end so I get, basically oil kind of flowing in one direction and flowing in the other direction. So the ones in the middle will be kind of the last ones to get oil. I don't know. I mean, I'm just a little worried that, these refineries down here at the end are going to be really slow to start up and, maybe not necessarily powering up the fuel power generator fast. Not sure. Well, maybe I'll just start it off this way for right now. Um, you know, we have uh, these refineries here that are going to be taking uh, the heavy oil and just changing it into regular fuel. Um, I don't know how much this needs to really. Uh, I mean, obviously this will constantly go, but I'm not quite sure like what the rate is. Which actually, I mean, I already have one already made, so it's gonna take a while to kind of get back there. But I really do want to find out the um, like the full-on amount. So how much how much fuel will I be getting. Oh, I also forgot, you know, uh, I need to put this back on default again. There we go. In some ways I don't necessarily want, the, like, okay. On one hand, having the amount of monsters that have been, in a sense, kind of kicking my ass, hasn't necessarily been fantastic in the sense that, um, it's definitely kind of slowed things down a bit. Um, but at the same time, I feel like, if I didn't have that kind of challenge, then I wouldn't necessarily, uh, uh, I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing for me in games like this, where, um, like I've, I've played, Minecraft, for example. Ooh, I experienced radiation going through there. Interesting. Um, in Minecraft, um, you have, you typically have the two styles of gameplay that you could do. Okay, or do both if you want. Both creative and or survival. And you know, I tried doing things in creative, but I never, it was never something that I could spend a lot of time in. Like I would typically get um like eventually bored of, oop, I went the wrong way. Um I eventually kind of got bored of just kind of being in creative for an extended period of time. So, um, so when you have survival there, that, you know, you know, it adds a little bit more of a challenge to the overall gameplay. Now, obviously, it slows down your overall builds that you want to do. Like, obviously, if you can stay in creative, you can build anything that you really want in creative without, any kind of real limitations, right? You have unlimited resources and, you know, unlimited health and no monsters, you know, uh, causing you any problems on your builds, right? Um, but I don't know. I, uh, I didn't really find, you know, too much of a challenge when it came to creative, other than how long it would take to build up something. But the survival just kind of gave just a little bit more of a challenge. Uh, you know, and that that typically kind of kept me more invested in playing, you know, for longer in Minecraft. Uh, so it was a trade-off between, how fast I can, build, uh, superstructures, which obviously would be extremely long because obviously you have to collect the, resources in order to build said structures. Um, but uh, you have a little bit of a more, have a little bit of a challenge with the enemies that, you know, that are kind of, getting in your way. And that's kind of the same right now for uh, Satisfactory. Now, while I'm not necessarily in creative right at this moment in time, um, I'm still needing to collect resources in order to, build the things that I want to build. Um, you know, the, uh, you know, uh, at least there's a little bit of a challenge in this, and the fact that, I'm having to, fight off, monsters to kind of get what I need done. So, okay, so a generator can take in 20 per minute. So if the refinery here is putting out 40 per minute, then I can do uh, I can do two power generators, you know, per refinery in this particular case. So I can do a total of 1,000 megawatts then, without any, uh, like major loss of power. Hmm. Okay, good to know. Okay, so let us go to the hub real quick. I want to grab some of the, I want to grab some batteries. Um, and then head back out to the computer, uh, uh, back out to the computer area. Obviously, that took a long time to fly out here, but uh, you know, until I get to a point where like I can, uh, generate faster speeds and, you know, what this will have to do for right now. The maybe maybe once I get the SkyTrain going, which I mean that's gonna take a long time to build. Just putting that out there, because obviously the just building up the foundations to um, make sure that the track stays level, um, that's gonna take a lot to get across the area. So I'm not seeing that as an easy build. Um, so all right, here we go. Did I already have batteries made? Not sure. Figured that I would, but doesn't look like I have any. Let me check my other stash of supplies over here real quick. I don't think I had any on me, but still want to kind of check. Yeah, I don't see any in there. Don't think I put them anywhere in these other containers here. Yeah, all right. Let me get some more bullets, because I saw that I'm running a little low on them. Throw those back in there. We'll throw these extra resources back in there. Let's see. How are we doing? Let's see. Alright. Let's throw the rest of the heavy modular frames in. I think overall in resources I have enough, so let me grab another stack of the encased industrial beams. Let's see. Did I have some going out this way? No, I didn't. I don't. It's all back at the coal generator power plant. Let's see. And we don't have any extra going into the dimensional depot either. So, oh, okay. Got snagged on a piece of ground there. Alright, so what we're gonna need to do is generate ourselves some batteries here. So, I mean, we have pretty much a lot of the blue and the yellow here, so there we go. So let's just generate a lot of batteries. Let's see. am I going to be using all of these back at the computer? I don't know. I'm still kind of debating it right at this moment in time, because right now I have all of them um, set up in such a way where, like, everything, mathematically everything should potentially work. Although, again, I'm not quite sure on the overall plastic. I'm worried about, will I have enough plastic to handle, um, making the computers itself. And I'm not sure. Uh, so, um, you know, hard to say. Okay, put that in there. I think we are pretty good to go. But I do want to grab some more encased as well. So let's head on back to the coal power plant. Um, in some ways, I want to get that fixed up as well, because I know that I'm not necessarily doing that efficiently either. Um, um, and I'm a little worried that I might potentially run out of power. I mean, the four, building up four refineries or oil refineries or oil power plants, you know, will give me a lot of energy, um, for a while. But, you know, it would probably be a good idea for me to be able to get, my oil power plants set up in such a way where, uh, I can maximize the amount of energy being generated there. So, all right. Let's go ahead and grab a couple stacks there. Let's grab that one real quick so that I can just quickly throw these in for, four more. And there we go. So, alright. Now that we have all that taken care of, let us head back out to the computer area. The computer manufacturing and get that, you know, up and running, because we definitely need to get there. I haven't even started on the, on the, motor, the AI, or the, the one up in, you know, I mean, can't really, the circle, right below the phase 3 there, you know, uh, I'm not necessarily remembering the name right off the top of my head right at the moment, so because I haven't really been building them yet or using them yet, so yeah. Um, all right, we're on our way. The last session that I had, the fact that, I was, I found out one, I was trying to build the, hypertube out to the, computer making sub base there. Um, and I came across, one area that had so many hostile mobs, and it felt like the rewards that I got out of it were not nearly enough to for the amount of monsters that were in the area, unless I missed something, so just I'll show you here in just a second because we're coming up on it. you know this this upper plateau up here, you know as we're kind of going to be kind of flying past it here, um had so many hogs and spiders, and the spitters, that it was like, you know what am I you know what is going on over here? Like, you know there's so many different, you know monsters that were just in that area over there, that it was like ridiculous. And all I got out of, there was one crash site, and I believe just two blue slugs, and that was it. Like, I think that was the only things that I found in the area. Not even um Mercer sphere, if I remember correctly. And I was like, wow, what the heck? There was like, what was it? 6 total spiders, and about um there was at least about 4, maybe 5 hogs out of them all. Not too many spitters. I think there was only like maybe 1 or 2 overall. So that wasn't really that bad, but those spiders, man, though, they hit like trucks. Mack trucks, man. They depleted my life multiple times. So, okay. And there we are. Now, again, I could, you know, uh, load these up with, you know, uh, power sources here, and we can definitely maximize oil production right at the moment. But, at the same time, I don't know if I really want to, you know, at least not yet. Let me figure out, like, if plastic is going to be, a problem here. So, um, okay, so we just found out the fuel-powered generators can have up to, we can put 2 of these out there, and, you know, we would have enough. So let's go ahead and get ourselves a pipe junction here. And then we'll do one. Let's see. I want to kind of make sure that I have it, fairly. I want to try to kind of keep it uniform. And then let's see. Okay, that should do. And then, we're not doing a lot of oil or anything along those lines, so we're not outputting a lot of fuel from these, anyway, so we're just gonna use the pipeline Mark 1 for now, you know. Okay, and that should do for this right at this moment in time. I think we got everything kind of lined up properly. So, obviously, we need to get some power out here. That's gonna take a lot of drain over our main power center. But once we can get once we can get these fuel generators going, then, we shouldn't necessarily have too much of a problem with our overall energy resource. At least, for a while. Yeah, this is what I'm a little worried about right at this moment in time. The fact that it feels like I'm about, 200, uh, 200 power shy of getting a full-on blackout here. So, so obviously the 1,000 would really help out. I'm just worried that, the oil extractors and the amount of refineries that I'm doing right at this moment in time is not gonna help matters. So, okay, next part of our build here is gonna be, uh, trying to get our computer production going. So, let's see. Now, yeah, we're going to be needing plastic from down below in order to, take care of this. Let's see, where am I, what do I got here? Now, we got the wire, 2 wire going into here to build up the cable. And yeah, we should have enough resources there to handle that, and the cable there will be going straight into here, and that should be more than enough if I remember correctly. Yeah, just barely, but still enough. So we can basically go build that over here, and we should be good to go. So that should be our cable. Now I put this one way up there for our plastic. The only problem that I have right at this moment in time is the fact that, right now I'm having all the plastic kind of going out, over on this side, so that's going to be a little bit of a stretch, but I mean, at the same time, I need to get, these going here, and that's going to be needing some plastic as well, so, let's see. Yeah, and this just needs regular circuit boards to kind of get things kind of working right at the moment, so, so we'll just do something like that. And then we'll send that out there. And that should be you know, what we need here, you know, to get the circuit boards going. And we need copper sheets, which, let's see. Now, we get 20 per minute to make 10 sheets. And we output 30 per for these. So what we can do for these two, we can basically make 3 of the constructors. And give it a little bit more space here. And then we'll do see. Merge these two together. You know, that'll generate the 60, and then we'll do a splitter here. Oh, wait. I think I might have messed up there. I wasn't keeping an eye on the arrows there, so there we go. And then this should give us, you know, we're basically going to be getting, 30 copper sheets total out of this, so and then okay, I need to adjust this here a little bit. Okay, I'll generate the circuit board. Okay, so with the fact that I can do, I'm currently generating 30 copper sheets out of these 3 constructors right at this moment in time. I'm looking at this one here and not really seeing a major need for it right at this moment in time. I can basically do 2 assemblers here. then we could do... Let's see. I gotta be careful here a bit because, I mean, I still need to get the plastic out here. Let's see. And what I need to do is I need to kind of merge all these three together. Before I can kind of split them into two. So, let's see. There's that. And let's see. Okay, we're gonna lock that in, and then we're gonna raise it up just ever so slightly. There we go. And then all right. I mean, the only other idea that I can think of is like, you know, maybe put like the, you know, one more constructor here, have this kind of feed into it, and well, no, it's only going to be outputting like 10, so having this kind of dedicated into like a single assembler isn't necessarily going to do the job either, so so I don't know. Okay, okay, so we're going to get this, put in that general direction, have this kind of pointing towards that. Then we're going to merge this. Merge them together. And then there we go. You know, that should, you know, I mean, well, I mean, the amount of circuit boards that I needed to do were, you know, 10 per minute. And, you know, if they're making 7.5 per minute, then obviously that's going to be more than enough. But it's going to be kind of slow overall with overall computer production, though. I really would love to have like a second one going right at this moment in time, but I would need to do a lot more manufacturing. You know, like more cables being made. You know, I would have to kind of increase my overall circuitry build, you know, circuit builds going. You know, which, I mean, I do have the overclocking batteries, so I mean, I could potentially do that, but I want to kind of see, I want to see where it stands with what we have right now. So let me, let's see. I'm a little worried about how I'm going to do this one. I guess this will have to do. Okay. And now, oh boy, okay. Conveyor belt too steep. That's not great. Okay. Not quite the amount of distance that I wanted there, but okay. Looks like we are pretty much ready to go right at this moment in time. So obviously we gotta get the oil production up and running. So and this is gonna be quite interesting. Let's see what happens here. Okay, so basically put, this one right here. And then we can kind of get these up and running. Let's see. Put one there, and then we'll put this one down here. And then we'll put another one down. Here, let me put it almost right dead center here. There we go. And we'll do that one, that one, that one, that one. That one. And put another pole down here. Okay, then we'll do that. There. 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 Don't have enough power lines, so one more down at the very back here, and then there we go. Okay, we got oil going in, so already it's looking pretty good so far. So there's that. Get that going. Get those going. And there we go. Okay. We got plastic flowing, so this is good. But we're already capped out right at this moment in time, and that's not great. All right. Okay. Okay. One more. There. There's that. There's that. And there's that. Oh. And to end it all, there we go. And now, we need to store it. So, okay. Plastic is being fed in. Yeah, so cables coming in. And the circuits are coming in. So we should be good overall. Okay, we apparently are getting a lot more. We're definitely getting more plastic than what we are, absolutely in need of. So eventually the plastic is going to kind of overflow a bit. And that's going to be a slight problem because, well, the one of the problems that I have with, our manufacturing down here is the fact that, we are pushing, plastic, through, and, but once this starts, getting full, of the plastic, we're, the you know, it's gonna basically back up, you know, and like our regular manufacturing here. Yeah, see, we're already maxed out here as well. Like we're producing a lot more plastic than is needed right at this moment in time. So, I mean, it will, um, yeah, this is what I was a bit of afraid of right at this moment in time. The fact that, you know, we have, um, kind of a slowdown of overall plastic production. So, you know, our refineries are eventually gonna kind of like build up our, you know, build up extra plastic, you know, and it will eventually get to a point where um, we're not going to be able to um, we're not going to be able to produce anything, or we're not going to be able to produce the heavy oil to power up our, you know, power plants here. Whereas, you know, so these are going to kind of eventually stop, and that's not exactly ideal. Hmm. Just not quite sure how to really solve it because, all right, so here's one way I can do it. You know, one, I put down an industrial storage, but that's only temporary. That's only a temporary measure because eventually this will get full of plastic and we're right back at square one. The other thing that I could do is put the rest of the plastic into a sink. The only problem that I have with that though is I'm afraid of it um like taking too much resources. Like it you know basically takes all of the plastic and leaves none for the other um you know, like the manufacturer and the like. I mean, I could put this like right down next to the manufacturer, you know, like um you know, like right here. Although, you know, I'll have to put out the platform a little bit more. But, you know, I could do that and then, you know, just, you know, split the plastic up there into, you know, into the sink here. And, you know, it'll take, you know, the extra plastic, but I don't know. I'm just, I'm just a little worried that it's gonna just take all of the plastic. But I mean, I'm manufacturing more than I really need. So, hmm. Alright, yep, we're gonna do it anyway. Hopefully it doesn't cause any major issues. So let's Actually, we'll want to put it back a little bit so that it doesn't necessarily, I don't want the, the rail line to kind of cause any problems there. So let's see, we want a splitter. There we go. And we're taking this line here and put it into there. And then we are going to do this. We're right about the same height here. And then there we go. Oh, power. Let's see. There we go. Okay, now we should be okay, or at least I hope so. You know, we'll be able to kind of take all of the plastic from down below, and it'll continuously, produce resources. At least, that's the hope. Because this isn't good. Okay. Obviously, it's outputting, the ones that have kind of built up the plastic first, but that's a little bit of a concern because obviously, we have, a couple of refineries that are building up quite a bit of plastic right at this moment in time. Oh. That's not good. I didn't have that one going. Now I know why that, we were having a little bit of difficulty with the, the one power station kind of powering down because we weren't supplying enough overall fuel to this one here. Okay, so now that should be fine. Yeah, we're at 100% here. Okay, let me double check the production here real quick. Alright, so 100% there. 100% there. 100% there. 100% there. Good there. Good there. Good there. Good there. There. Good there. Filling up plastic there a bit. That's a little worrisome. Okay. I'm hoping that eventually the plastic line will, clear out my extra plastic that I'm building up here, because obviously I'm making more than what I'm sending out, and that's a bit concerning. Okay. Now that should be fine for right now. Let me get a ramp from up here. Let's try to, you know, that way I can get up here without, without needing to use, some fuel. Okay. So, overall, looks like we are up and running. And while I'm not making a ton of computers right at this moment in time, you know, we're making some. So again, not ideal overall. Or, okay. So let me get to my notes here that I have on my computer. Okay, so um, so we have the computer being made, right? We still haven't gotten to the heavy modular frame being made yet. We still need to take care of that. Modular engine isn't going to be too difficult because it's just the motor, rubber, and smart plating. But the one problem that we're going to be faced with here pretty shortly is the adaptive control unit, which is this, right here. This is going to be the major problem in that not only will it be needing automated wiring, but it's going to be needing circuit boards, it's going to be needing the heavy modular frames, and it's going to be needing the computers in order to make even a single one of them. So, yeah, this is going to be a bit problematic. So, well, I know that I have a few computers back at the base, and we can at least get the railway signaling going. So let's go ahead and at least get that taken care of. Um, You know, we seem to be doing, you know, pretty well over here for the time being. So we're gonna just kind of let that go. Everything should be, you know, working as planned there. Um, the the problem with it now is trying to get those computers that are being manufactured back there all the way back to the main base to even consider building the adaptive control unit because um, you know that location there that I just came from, you know, for the computer is not ideal, or it's not exactly the best place for um, uh, the adaptive control unit. You know, building any one of those. Like, I'm making circuit boards, great, but you know, uh, automated wiring, the heavy modular frames, you know, those are going to be needing resources that I just do not have nearby there. Um, or I'd have to do like, you know, long distance, um, uh, you know, uh, I would have to do, you know, long distance, uh, not railways. Why do I keep on thinking, you know, keep on wanting to say railways? Um, Conveyor belts, you know, to try to get resources over there, you know, in order to get the job done. You know, you know, for the heavy modular frame, I need steel, and uh, iron and coal, um, is not exactly ones that are like you know relatively close by there. So that's why I'm like, Um, so I'm gonna have to once again probably try to find another spot in order to try to build up the heavy modular frame, which is gonna take a lot because we're talking a lot of iron needed to do the modular frames. We don't necessarily need to worry too much about screws now that we have the case screws, but even then, that's going to be, quite a bit. But we're going to be needing a lot of the steel to build the steel pipes in the case industrial. Oops, actually, I didn't. I wanted to actually stop back at the hub. Uh, I'm just so focused on looking at my notes. Get back there. um, so, um, I'm gonna need a lot of iron and I'm gonna be needing a lot of coal to kind of get this job done. So, alright, there we go.
Milestone reached. Train signals placed on train rails can control and improve train behavior. This helps to avoid events where multiple trains attempt to occupy the same physical location. For information related to earlier train events, please refer to your employee non-disclosure agreement.
Alright, pod is launched, so gotta wait for that to come on back. Um, okay, we can kind of clear out all of this right now. Just a whole bunch of the math that I was trying to figure out how to maybe get the turbo oil, and yeah, that wasn't gonna happen. Oh, what the? You didn't update. There we go. So, how are we doing in coupons overall? Oh, wow. 54. I'll take those. Let's see. Put those together. And then total 70 altogether. Let's see. Just go ahead and add these to the cart. I kind of wish that the cart would kind of show, like, total amount or something like that. So, I don't necessarily need to worry about, clicking on it to see. But whatever. Just gonna go ahead and grab a lot of the materials here. Don't really need these for right now, so we're gonna hold off on that. I haven't really, I haven't really seen a major reason to do these yet, so I'm gonna hold off on those. I'll go ahead and add these in here. Just in case if I actually want to kind of construct some form of building. Oh wait, I can't do the mill. Okay. Oh, I just need to remove 10, so we'll go to remove that one. And we don't really need these yet, so there we go.
If you sense your productivity slipping when it gets dark, don't worry, this is perfectly natural. Fortunately, fix-it lights allow you to never experience wasteful darkness ever again.
Indeed. It's kind of unfortunate. I purchased a lot of the coupons, and on one hand, I'm kind of thankful that I'm not getting hit with like all the messages kind of all at once. In some ways, I kind of wish that I could like get all of them, just to kind of see, what they added in voice line wise. Oh well. All right. Put the computers in there. And then let's go and grab ourselves some more of the rubber and the concrete. And then we'll look into trying to get the heavy modular frames up and running somewhere, somehow. Um, Okay, so I need 1, 2, and 3. Yep. Put those in. Okay, now let's go grab ourselves some more rubber from our petroleum. Or our first, well, our petroleum base, I guess. Oh boy. I I'm not necessarily looking forward um to trying to find a location for the heavy modular frames. Um, because um, you know, I basically need to have iron ore, coal, and limestone next to each other, you know, again. Well, okay. Maybe I can do it back at the coal. Um, I can do it back at the coal power plant because I still have a couple of uh, I still have um, here, let's grab an extra stack here just in case. A couple nodes of iron, and I think I still have that one single node of coal that I'm not using for steel yet. I think. Hmm. I might need to take a detour and confirm that here real quick. But, I'm pretty sure that, there's still a couple of iron nodes that I'm not using um, up the mountainside. I think there's like another limestone node relatively close by there, so I could, add that into the mix to add, to continue making the encased industrial beams. Um, and I believe I still have that second node, a second coal node that I'm not using for for more steel production. But it's gonna be a little bit of a mess in the sense that trying to get conveyor belts around to to you know have everything built up again to go to the heavy modular frame is gonna be you know might be a little rough. See, like I believe there's still some iron up there that I haven't really touched upon. And I think I still haven't necessarily used the second coal that's over here. Yeah, I still haven't used this one yet. So, you know, and, So let's see. Okay, so so here, we have those two, but we have, those over there that we haven't really touched upon either, you know, that are, relatively close by. So, so I could probably use those to make the modular frame and, modular frame screws, and also use them to, in combination with the coal down below to make the, steel pipes and encased industrial beams to eventually build it all together into the heavy modular frame. Um, the the only concern with that, though, is the fact that, you know, uh, you know, taking the coal that's, down below there, you know, and sending it all the way up here and across is not necessarily something that I'm kind of looking forward to. Also, is there a limestone anywhere up here? Yeah, it's right there. So, um, but there isn't any other coal in the immediate vicinity, right? It's all just kind of down below. Yeah, that one's too far away and too high up to really make too much of a difference. Although, you know, the fact that it's a pure one is also, kind of nice. You know, would be able to, could potentially do a lot of uh, steel pipes and steel beams if I use it. But again, that would be quite a distance to, send the resources. Let's see, how's the iron over here? Oh, these are all impure. So we're not going to be getting a lot of iron out of them. Hmm. Well, damn. Hmm. Okay, how am I going to do this then? Do I look for another do I look for another spot? Or do I try to build up everything here? Let's see. Here we got doing 60 per minute here. So basically we're talking about, you know, four miners over there that are going to be doing a grand total of 240 iron ore. So okay, well, let's at least look at the situation that's over here. Look at the surrounding landscape. You know, obviously I'm going to be dealing with the enemies that are around here. Hi guys. Alright guys. Nope, I didn't want to do that. Ah, damn it. Alright, so we got 1, 2, 3. Oh, we got 2 right next to each other. Okay. So they're all fairly close by each other. So that's not too bad. So, the only problem that I'm having with it though is the fact that, you know, well, let's see. Obviously, you know, each smelter is going to be, you know, taking in 30, so I can basically put, you know, 2 smelters, you know, per miner that's over there. So, you know, we're basically looking to add a grand total of, you know, 8 total smelters being made, and obviously, um, you know, one of them going into just overall screw production. Um, you know, um, should be making, you know, enough screws overall. But here, let's try to do a little bit of, um, let's try to figure this out here. So first off, you know, let us get, you know, let's put a assembler down here real quick. And we'll put in, you know, we're going to need to make the modular frames, which we need to make reinforced iron plates. So, you know, okay, so this would make basically 5 per minute. And the modular frames would need 2 per minute. Okay, so, you know, so 1 to 1 is still okay. Um, let's see, if I want to do, um, I'm going to do the heavy modular frame here. Oh, it takes 10 per minute. Oh, that's not great. So I would basically need 5 of these assemblers here to make up the 10 needed for, for making the heavy modular frames. Oof. Um, damn, that is a lot. God damn. This is going to be a bit problematic, I feel. Um, 5 assemblers. I don't think I'm going to have even with the 4 iron that I have over there, I don't think I'm going to be able to produce enough here. Because I would need, if I'm needing 5 of these, then I'm going to be needing, 5 times the amount of reinforced iron plates. So that's a total of 15 reinforced iron plates being made. The reinforced iron plates, you know, I'm, you know, uh, I'm going to be needing at least 3 assemblers there, taking in screws and iron plates in order to be making the 15 needed um, for all 5. Oh boy. Okay. Um, so let's see. Let me. Hmm. Okay, let me think about this here real quick. I need to basically be doing some math here. So here, let me kind of put it over here on the side. We already got computers going, so let me just remove this out of the way. Um, all right. So, we need 10 modular frames per minute. That equals 10, that equals 5 assemblers, um, you know, with, times the 2 per minute output, right? So then, um, in order to handle the 5 assemblers making the uh, reinforced iron plates, we're basically needing 15 reinforced iron plates altogether. And, that would basically mean that I would need 3 assemblers, um, for, 5 per minute there, right? And then each one of these assemblers is going to be needing uh, 30 per minute iron plates and 60 per minute screws. So, uh, so we basically need um, 30 per minute iron plates times 3 assemblers equals a grand total of 90 iron plates. And then, 60 per minute screws times 3 is going to be basically equaling 180. Ooh. And that's just from, handling the reinforced iron plates there. Um, you know, we're also going to need iron rods coming in, 5 of them, or 5 sets of them. So, we need 12 per minute iron rods. Oh, no. Iron rods times 5. Oh, yeah, okay. I guess we're... damn it. Limitation of, you know, characters. Here, I'm just gonna put this over in my, Notepad plus plus here. So, let me see. Can I do a copy and paste of what I have here over there? It'd be kind of nice if I could. I can. Awesome. So I'm just gonna go ahead and delete all this. Uh, all right. You guys are gonna have to kind of like maybe, you know, bring out your own notepad to kind of work on this yourself, or, kind of follow along if you want. So 12 per minute iron rods times the, 5 assemblers. Um, we're looking at a total of 60 total iron rods. So let me make sure that I get my notes a little bit more, uh, you know, make sure that we're good on that end. Okay. So, and that's just for the modular frames. Oh gosh. Okay. Um, so this is just for modular frames. for the heavy modular frames. So let me make sure that I got, you know, that kind of set up here a little bit. Okay. We are making iron rods over here. So, you know, we're doing, you know, 15 per minute iron ingots to 15 per minute iron rods. Um, so 15 per minute. Um, Iron ingots to 15 per minute iron rods. So if I need 60 iron rods, then I'm basically going to be needing about 4 constructors, you know, to make the iron rods. You know, to make the enough iron rods to handle just the modular frames alone. Um, and let's see. And we make, you know, you know, with the smelters here, and we're basically making 30 iron ore into 30 iron ingots. So we would just basically need um about 2 smelters, or no. Oh, hold on. Yeah, about 2 smelters uh, to handle the amount of um, because we need, you know, 4 constructors to make the iron rods, and they need, you know, 15 ingots per, and that would basically mean I would need, you know, 1 smelter for 2 constructors, and you know, so for 4 constructors altogether, I need 2 smelters. So, um, and then, uh, so if I need a total of, let's see, hold on. Now 2 smelters, if I'm supplying 60 iron ore, then I just need 1 miner to handle, um, the iron rods. Okay. If I'm you know if I'm outputting you know if I'm outputting 60 per minute iron ore, you know, and I'm already seeing the impure is doing 60, you know, per minute, then I just need 1 dedicated miner there to handle the iron rods for the heavy modular frames. So, okay. Not exactly great, but um, it is what it is. So, um, now we need to kind of look at our screw production, which I believe I have some screws going on over here. Okay, so um okay, so right now we're doing, you know, 12.5 per minute ingots into 50 screws per minute, right? So right now we're already kind of like at a little bit of a weird um we're kind of already at a little bit of a weird uh amount right at this moment in time because um the uh we're we're not hitting the 15 per minute that is a nice round number for 30 and 60 and so on and so forth. So this is a bit off right at the moment. And the fact that it makes 50 is interesting, but um now we need 240 screws, as well, you know, uh, so uh, that's the fact that I'm looking at, a grand total of 420 screws that I need to make um, to even start to even handle the modular frames and inputting here. Uh, okay. But thankfully that's all that I need to kind of worry about is we have well. I still haven't figured out like all what I'm gonna be needing in terms of like you know um how much I need to get to the overall screws and how much I'm gonna need to handle all the iron plates. Okay, but once those are out of the way, then I can kind of focus more on trying to get the steel pipes and the beams going. And thankfully, I just need to get the steel beams to be encased. So at least there's that. I don't necessarily need to, you know, I don't necessarily need to output, you know, steel beams, back out to like the main base or anything along those lines. I just need the steel beams to be encased and we're good. So, um, but yeah, so a grand total of 420 screws needed. And if we're outputting 50 per minute, on the constructors, then I'm gonna need at least a minimum of 9 constructors to handle the 420 total screws that I need to that I'm gonna need to handle there. This isn't exactly an even amount, and that's not ideal. You know, 9 constructors to handle it all. Now, obviously, a single smelter can handle, you know, outputting enough iron ingots to handle two of the, you know, 2 constructors, but I mean, that's basically a total of at least Um, well, I'm gonna need at least 5 smelters in order to get, to be able to handle 9 constructors. So, and that's gonna take up, my remaining, um, that's gonna take up the remaining 3 miners, because, um, if I'm doing 60 per minute, on the miners, going into the smelters, um, yeah, I'm not gonna have enough iron plates. This isn't, yeah, I can't do this here. Um, Either I would have to overload everything to handle the heavy modular frames here. Um, and because I haven't even touched iron plates yet, you know, I haven't even looked into, what I'm going to be needing to do for the iron plates. So, yeah, let me, actually, hold on. Whee! All right, let me at least call the elevator down, while I'm looking into all this. Let's see. I don't know if I was not quite sure if I'm actually making any kind of iron plates down here. Obviously we have a lot of steel production going right at this moment in time, but you know, the the steel beams, um, yeah, I don't think I'm really doing anything in terms of uh, iron plates. At least not here. You know. Okay. I mean, I guess I could. Actually, hold on. Let me go on back. Let me, I mean, I've already built up like the constructors and stuff like that up there already. Let me just switch recipes. What am I doing? I'm being stupid. Come on, go up to the top floor, please.
Thank you for exposing yourself to the soothing ambiance of a fix-it elevator today. I hope you feel refreshed.
I do not. How dare you? Get out of here. I don't need this damn music. Okay. What would really suck, and I hope this isn't going to be the case. Like, I hope, if I do post this on YouTube, I don't get hit with some form of stupid copyright, you know, here's the music for Satisfactory. Oh, wait, nope, sorry, it's copyright claimed or some crap like that. That would that would piss me off something fierce. Oh wait, no, I actually have just assemblers up here. But I mean, we can just put down a constructor. And we'll do the iron plates. Okay, so 30 per minute, you know, it gives us the 20 per minute for the iron plates, which is a bit annoying because we need 90 iron plates altogether for the modular frames. Ah, so um, so if we need 90 iron plates, you know, we're doing, you know, uh, that would mean that we're gonna be needing to do, you know, basically 5 constructors, um, you know, which are doing, you know, 20 iron plates per, which we're gonna need to do, you know, if we're doing 5 constructors, then we basically need, you know, um, uh, and we're doing, you know, 30 per minute iron ingots here. Um, you know, which is, you know, basically 1 smelter. So we'd basically be needing, you know, 5 smelters. Um, which would basically be another, in a sense, 3 miners. You know, if we're doing um, 60 iron ore. So, you know, um, so based off of what I'm looking at right at this moment in time, I would basically need either to, you know, overload, you know, all of my, you know, all of the miners that, you know, are over there, the four miners to try to do the amount of work needed to handle the heavy modular frames. You know, seeing that, you know, my 4 miners would have to basically go up to about 7 total miners somehow to handle the iron needed to handle the, you know, at least the, you know, the iron, you know, just the iron side of everything. I'm not even getting to the steel portion of this, so uh, um well, um I don't I don't know if it sent up the notification for it being, you know, over 2 hours, but I can see that, you know, I'm already 2 hours over, you know, on my recording anyway. So, we're gonna go ahead and end this video here for the time being. Um, you know, if we're gonna be doing the heavy modular frame, then, um, it's not looking good for what I'm doing, you know, up here. I don't think these 4 iron nodes are going to be able to cover it. At least not everything that I kind of need to do. So, you know, you know, the fact that the 4 iron nodes there, you know, are impure, and the fact that, you know, like I can't, you know, I mean, unless there's some way of like, you know, increasing the purity of the iron ore nodes, which I highly doubt. Um, you know, I'm probably gonna need to find myself another location for that, or another location to try to work um, the the iron and trying to figure out how to handle the steel. Uh, so yep. We're gonna go ahead and end it here. This will be the part A ending. So if you're watching this later on YouTube, stay tuned for part B, C, and D, or at least that's my plan for it. You know, like and subscribe would be fantastic. Check out the description for multiple links down below, some of which help me out directly, such as Patreon and or direct donation. Um, Also, check out, the other folks on Team Robot. Their links are down below, as well as my social media, which I don't really use all that much, but I mean, it's still there for if anybody wants to like maybe talk with anybody else that's in the community, or you know, if you want to check out my old Twitter and Blue Sky. I guess those are there as well, although I don't really use those that much anymore. Um, Tried to do a little bit of Twitter back in the day, but it's become a cesspool now, so don't really go there anymore. Um, and I don't know, I haven't really used Blue Sky all that much, even though I have an account over there. So, but that's gonna be it for part A. So look forward to part B. But I'm gonna go ahead and stop the recording right now. Okay, and this is where we're going to start up part B of our video series. Today is um, July 25th, 2026. Um, you know, uh, we've just, we've completed our computer building location, so that's up and running. Um, but trying to get all the computers back out here is going to be pain in the ass. Um, uh, Now, you know, so here's some things that we can try to do. Okay, one, we can try to get all of our resources just accumulated into one location and just build up one major manufacturing plant to try to do all the builds that we need to make. You know, because we still have to work on the modular engine, we still have to work on the adaptive control unit, and we still need to figure out a way to get the heavy modular frames up and running. Okay, and right now, we just do not have, um, we don't have them all accumulated together to really make that, you know, um, to make it work for us right now. We just don't have everything here. Um, so we can either build up the train, to try to do that. Um, and that's going to be a major, um, just a major build overall, which, I can, uh, I can either do that live on stream, which I mean, not exactly um, riveting content. If you ask me, like, if you really want to be kind of be bored to death, I can maybe, build up the foundations to go across, to make the sky train to kind of get um, you know, to get to where we need to go. Um, or I try to do that offline, you know. So, um, you know, so um, not 100% sure, what to do in that regard. I'm gonna head off to grab, computers. I mean, it should be, um, I spent a long time trying to figure out how to handle the um, heavy modular frame, so I would hope that there's at least 70 computers already, manufactured. Um, Seeing that, that it was, they're basically making about 2 computers per minute, um, so hopefully there's enough time that's passed to give us the 70 needed for the fix-it blueprints. Um, but uh, one of the, we were doing quite a bit of math, trying to figure out, you know, uh, where can we put where can we build the heavy modular frames? Because I need to get the heavy modular frames up and running before I can even start to, I mean, I can probably start working on the modular engine, get that up and running somehow. Um, Although, again, all the resources for the modular engine isn't ready yet. Um, Let me see. Um, the modular engines needs, just regular motors, rubber and smart plating. And yeah, I think we haven't even gotten the smart plating back up and running um, to work with the modular engines either. So, we got that to kind of contend with as well. Try to get, you know, that back up and running. Um, because I took that down, or I took the build of that down after, what was it, phase one, phase two, somewhere around there, for the smart plating. Um, so, um, you know, uh, so trying to get the modular engine build up and running is going to take a little bit of time. Although again, um, you know, I might need to find a good spot for that, you know. Um, but even then, that might be a little while to try to do because, need steel, which is iron and coal, copper, oil, and, well, just some more iron, you know, just for regular build, for the motor and smart plating. So, hmm. Um, but you know, what's gonna be like the worst out of everything is the adaptive control unit, which basically needs everything. Automated wiring, circuit boards, heavy modular frames, and computers in order to make just one. So, um, I'm not necessarily looking forward to that. Um, because I basically would be needing, all these builds that I'm doing everywhere to kind of, come together to make um, you know, uh, just everything kind of coming together just to make this last part here. And thankfully, it's just 100, but still, um, that's still going to be quite a bit to do. Um, Um, so, you know, we have ourselves a choice here. Do I go out and hunt for another location for the heavy modular frames, um, or do I uh, try to build up a train and see if I can get all the resources kind of together so that I can just start trying to build everything all in one spot. Now we do have some, we have been researching on, splitters and the like. So, um, what I could try to do is, as I'm trying to build up everything, just trying to build, uh, like storage facility at like the train station or at the train depots or at like the main manufacturing plant, and just do a lot of, you know, like priority mergers or priority um, splitters to try to do what I need to do to get everything kind of working properly. But um, I don't know. Again, that would take a lot of time and resources to kind of get that up and running. So, once again, I kind of wish that the um, I could get um, little map markers to be kind of savable, so that I could, in a sense, so, if you're not like watching, uh, at some point in time, I do want to try to get, you know, the videos that I'm doing um, with my group of friends so that I can get, so everybody can kind of see, what I've been kind of doing you know, on Wednesdays. Um, so that I can get, so, one of the things that my friend, Michael has kind of done a little bit is, you know, he'd like to have, basically selected, he did like custom map markers, and he would he would basically go, hey, I know there's a coal node like right there. And, he would basically do like, hey, this is coal and it's impure or something like that, you know. And then, he would, select the color, like, hey, let's make it, uh, like a dark gray kind of thing. We'll just select the, icon to be, very similar to, what we have there. Um, he has, markers off and, marker size, being regular and stuff like that. And he would basically go, okay, apply, and now, that would be, he would basically mark off all the, all the nodes that are out there, you know, in the, you know, just kind of, uh, like, this one in particular is pure, but, like he would mark it so that, he would know, once this disappears, you know, the marker would still kind of remain there and would kind of give them the information necessary for that. I kind of wish that I could do that. Um, but I kind of wish that I could save them here, or like have like another toolbar here so that I can kind of select them and go, okay, hey, I need, coal and coal pure and put it there, that kind of thing. That's so, um, it'd be kind of nice if I could kind of go about doing that. Or, if like if the devs could like maybe put that you know, into their game directly, that would be kind of nice. Just saying. Um, but obviously, that might be a little bit, um, they might have a little bit of a problem with that, maybe in the sense that, they would maybe have to like adjust those to be shown based off of where you stand in terms of your phases, for example, like, you know, um, you know, like, I've seen like nitrogen and, water, water, um, uh, you know, water nodes that are out there, for example. I know that they exist because, I've seen them, but, you know, does would the devs want to kind of show those elements, you know, here on the map as icons saying like, hey, this is a potential resource? I would imagine no. Like, hey, we don't necessarily want to spoil the individual on as to like what resources are out there, but at the same time, it would be kind of nice. I don't know. Boy. Uh, I don't know what to do. Uh, hmm. Well, damn it, you didn't line up properly. There we go. And then put this. Oh wait. There we go. So you see, one of the things that, you know, um, one of my thought lines about trying to like maybe put this all together is the fact that, I have places where I'm storing up, resources together, you know, like I have, manufacturing for modular frames. I have manufacturing for steel plates. I have manufacturing for screws. I have manufacturing for, um, you know, um, the reinforced iron plates. So like, if I can get them all like in one central location, then trying to build up um the uh trying to build up everything that I have right at this moment in time wouldn't be that major of a problem. Like I'd be able to kind of handle this a little bit easier because of um getting them all in one central location and um you know putting the resources down into you know like a lot of I can basically put all these resources into stacks of the industrial storage containers, right? And then I can then you know have a line kind of going out from them to um uh you know uh to kind of go into the manufacturing that I want to make for them, like um sending resources out to um make the adaptive control unit, the modular engines, the high speed connectors, all of them. So yeah, I think it's time for me to just kind of focus on the Skyrail right now. Oh boy, that's gonna be a lot. I'm gonna need a lot of iron plates and I'm gonna need a lot of concrete. Right now I have the dimensional depot that is taking in concrete and iron plates into it, but you know, I'm probably gonna want to do, just grab a whole bunch, you know, in my inventory just to, build up the, just to build up the factory floor, or just to build up the rail line itself. Hmm. I have everything kind of working on over here, right? I have a little bit of a slowdown over here. Are we all done over here? Yeah, okay. We're maxed out here. Gotcha. Alright. Okay, throw those in there. I mean, the other thing that I can maybe do is, go back out and start trying to find some more immersive spheres and just start putting them on my other, you know, uh, well, not only, do I want to increase my overall storage and like, you know, here and here. I mean, that's going to be a lot of Mercer spheres. Like a lot of Mercer spheres. But, um, you know, hmm, actually, now that I think about it, I can probably research a couple of these. I don't really need that one. We haven't started building up that one yet. So those are kind of out of the question for right now. Let's see. Haven't gotten to the point of being able to build up the time crystals yet, so don't know what those are all about. Um, and we haven't started building the heavy modular frames yet, so we can't do anything there. Um, and we need to figure out how to do we need to get the smokeless powder going as well, which requires again oil, coal, and sulfur, you know, close by each other. And so far, the only place that I've seen that has them relatively close by in is like over here. You know, we had sulfur here, coal there, and then the oil there. So I'd have to like kind of combine them all in the center here, which would require a lot of distance builds to try to get to bring them all into one location. So not exactly something that I'd be kind of looking forward to, especially with the amount of hostile mobs that are in this particular area as well. Um, so there's that. Um, you know, would love to kind of try to go out and continue doing some exploring, but at the same time, like I don't, I'd rather try to, work towards at least getting the phase three going. You know, I can, as long as I can get like the engine and the modular engine and adaptive control unit start, you know, flowing into the a space elevator, then then I can start searching around a little bit more. But um, yeah, I think I'm just gonna try to do uh, let me start working on the elevator. So, or not the elevator, the sky train. So, I don't know if I'm gonna be needing all these resources, but at the very least, I can maybe put a uh, something on going on over there to uh, Still a lot of screws there. I have a lot of places that, you know, I can uh, I feel like I've accumulated a lot of, you know, screws all together in, you know, multiple locations. So, um, you know, let me let me move these over to another container here real quick. Yeah, that should be enough to take in the other storage that's up above to handle the let me move those across. So let's see. Oh no, wait. That's outputting. I don't want to output. There we go. Okay, let me just do this. And then we will do that. So now we can get these screws kind of all consolidated, you know, out of here into one, you know, major storage. So, okay, kind of wasting time right at this moment in time. Okay, let's see. I need a lot of, gonna grab myself quite a bit of the cement. Still haven't filled up everything here. Let's see. Let me grab about 9 stacks. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. see. Let's grab one more. And then we'll fill the rest up with just iron plates. Which I believe we had, one over here, focused on iron plates. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. All right. So now we're ready to kind of work on just building up a whole shit ton of foundations. So obviously, I'll have some extra, resources on hand to eventually like build up the rail station and build up the and build up the elevator. We've already kind of started building up nearby our oil production site. So I wanted to kind of do that so that I can, because I've felt like I had one, enough space to kind of go about doing it, and gives me a little bit of an idea as to like um, the overall height that I'm gonna need to kind of go for, seeing that there's like a mountain range like right next door, um, and um, you know, I'm gonna need to kind of figure out like where am I gonna kind of take it. Now, I could use this as like the center point of it all, because I mean, um, I have my oil production over here. I have like my main base with a lot of constructions going on over here, and then of course I have my computer construction over there. So I could try to like maybe put this as like the center point of it all, maybe. Um, it would be somewhat problematic to handle the sending resources back to the space elevator. Um, but what I could probably do is, I grab resources here, send them out there, have the train kind of circle back, grab the resources that I need to do to send to the space elevator, and just kind of do a round robin there. Like, just kind of have a circular train track, in a sense. So, or I can at least try to do that. So, okay, so
Receiving fix-it elevator announcement. Personal fridges are not to be used in off-hours.
So I've been using about 40 meters per location to kind of be the stopping point. Now, obviously, my elevator didn't reach all the way up to like 200, so probably because I ran out of resources at that point. Um, so let's see. Maximum height for personal elevator reached. Oh, okay. So it can't go any further than that. Interesting. So, here, hold on. let me kind of confirm this bit. First, I'll put a foundation here real quick. And transport personal elevator. Yeah, okay. So it can't hit a grand total of 200 meters. That's kind of unfortunate, really. But I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense a bit. I don't know. So it looks like I'm gonna need to, in a sense, make another elevator, you know. Now this, this seems a bit weird that, you know, they give me all these potential room for buttons, but, you know, I mean, I guess, you know, if I was doing like 10 meters per floor or something like that, then I guess, sure, but like, okay, hold on. Let me check something here real quick. So if I was to do, I mean, I can't even put the next floor, like, you know. So you notice how the frames are, you know, like we have the stop here, right? And I kind of want to have the like the next floor like immediately after the one here, but it's not letting me do that. The You know, if I want to kind of line it up with the like the like it, with the frames there, I'm gonna have to kind of go up here, which is a bit weird, but you know, so okay, so that's 8 meters, which I mean makes sense because each one of these is kind of a like a 4 meter height already anyway. So if I wanted to do like 8 meters per, then let's see, like you do 8, you know, 0, 8, 16, 24, 32, 40, 48, 56, 64, 72, 80, 88, um, 96, 104, 112, 120, 128, 136, 144, 152, 160, 168, 176, 184, and then 192. So I mean, it kind of works if you were doing like a stop per, but I don't know. Doesn't necessarily, it doesn't necessarily give me like, you know, let's see. I want to be, well, I don't necessarily want to dismantle the entire elevator here. I want to be able to, I want to kind of be able to shorten it right at this moment in time, but I'm not quite sure how to go about doing that. Is there no way for me to... I can't reduce the size of this? Is that what I'm seeing here? It's just not possible? That's kind of annoying. It got rid of everything all the way down. Okay, well. Let us put up some industrial storage so I can store some of these items away. Let's see. Not really going to be needing those right at this moment in time. Just going to put these away for right now, those away for right now. Put those away for right now. And that should be fine. Clearly, yeah. Took up a lot of resources there. I'm gonna need to grab a whole bunch of modular frames. Let's see. Yeah, let's throw these in here for right now. This is going to be a little interesting because I need to kind of make, well, I'm probably going to have to kind of fly up here, to be fair, to kind of get the right height that I want for the elevator. You know, apparently, you know, I can only do, you know, up to like 160 here. You know, like I can't do a even 200, which is kind of unfortunate. I kind of wish that I could do an even 200, but it's not giving me that ability to. So, okay, let's head on down here real quick. We need to go get ourselves some more frames. Because didn't realize that that was like a major component for building up the elevator or elevator stops. You know, my fault on that. We'll probably also want to grab some more silica, throw that into the mix. Although, if I'm not mistaken, I did have the silica being um, like a resource that was being I had the dimensional depot over, so I think I'm gonna constantly get silica, but you know, I just want some on hand so that I can, you know, easily build up, you know, you know, the elevator to a mass amount at least. So. what I could do is, you know, I can basically do like maybe hop, skips, and a jump to kind of get the, um, um, to maybe get the, now let's grab ourselves like about 3 stacks of this. And then we'll grab, about four more stacks of the silica, saying, we cut through that fairly quickly in terms of the elevator building. We should have enough power overall. I need to go out to the silica. So, now that I think about it, that one dimensional depot that I have next to my base isn't really that necessary anymore. Like, I'm not really using it for, I don't necessarily need to manually put things in there from that particular location, so maybe I should move it to a location where I can get you know let's see. Um, oh, right. I forgot I had gotten a hard drive. I'll just grab all that, put that in there. All right. So, like, I can go, let me go back to the hub and dismantle that, dimensional depot and put it on something that, can actually use it. Or, I can put resources into it and, you know, and, you know, uh, I can be, used, for, further production, usages. So, see, this isn't really needed anymore, at least not here. So, now the question is, where would I like to put it? You know, um, you know, uh, you know, what resource could really benefit in, or, you know, could really help me out, you know, with a flow of resources for that. Um, Probably the encased industrial beam, to be honest. Um, Seeing that I feel like that, um, you know, I'm gonna be needing, you know, more of those. Well, okay, you know, as an example, um, I know that the encased industrial beams is needed for the Mark IV, um, you know, um, conveyor belts. You know, I know. Um, I just haven't gotten to a point where I'm making a lot of them, or I'm making a lot of the, the encased industrial beams to justify the cost of, you know, uh, putting them down. You know, plus, like, those. Uh, I also have to kind of be a little careful on that as well because, you know, um, the amount of resources that, you know, that the Mark IV is giving me right at this moment in time would be, astronomical. The 480 resources per minute, like, you know, um, like I, like right at the moment, like I don't know. Uh, let's see. Do I don't know. Do we even have a pure node anywhere around here that I can kind of get a rough idea as to um, like how many resources are potentially out there? Probably not. Not at this particular. That's normal as well. Like I want to see like the, you know, max, you know, yeah, I'm not too surprised if of course I get the one that, well, I put it on the normal. I didn't put anything on the pure. Hmm. Well, let's see. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm getting a little sidetracked, but you know, like um like the only one that I can see getting up to like 480 right at this moment in time is the miner itself. Like I don't, I don't know of, you know, Um, like, hey, uh, well, this one is, this one doesn't necessarily work all that much because what is it, the normal node? So, but I mean, well, let's see. What's the levels? It's impure, normal, and pure. So if it's like 60 per, then we're talking about 180 for the, for the pure, right? So if we do 200%, which is like two batteries, that's 360. Um, and if we do the 250, which is three batteries, then you're basically doing uh, 90 more added onto that, so that's 450, of resources being outputted, and you know, this is 480. Hmm. So, um, you know, um, I would imagine that, if I wanted to, get, beyond 480, then I would probably need to have, a better miner to handle that, like a Mark III miner. But, I don't know if is going to be a Mark III miner. You know, be kind of interesting if they did like a Mark III miner and added both, Mark III miner and like the smelter into the same manufacturer. But whatever. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting so sidetracked right at the moment. Okay, let me go put this. Oh, damn it! I did it again. Let me put the dimensional depot on top of the encased. Get that collecting. Um, then we'll head on back out to, start working on the trains again. Seeing that we got all of our resources um, put together to um, let's see, dimensional depot. All right, there. And then there we go. Okay, that was a bit weird because it wasn't like inputting anything there. Hmm. Well, whatever. All right, now let's head on back out to our uh, the petroleum, and we'll start trying to build up our trains. Or, well, technically we need to kind of build up our our platform first before we can actually build the train, but still. Okay. So one of the things that I'm thinking about doing, because obviously, you know, what I was trying to do here was, try to get up to the, 200-meter mark, but um, but obviously we have our limitation there. So what we're going to do is we're going to um, can I? Nope. Ow! There went my legs. Okay. Hmm. I do it there. And obviously I need to get some power to it. Okay. So we got that there nicely. But obviously trying to get the, well, I can't get the, um, you know, I can add on to here, but the, hmm, okay. Now clearly I can't put the, um, it didn't generate the floors properly. Ah, damn it.
Did you know elevators are considered very uplifting?
Ha ha. Alright. I need to replace the elevator floor there. I gotta be careful with this because, you know, I don't. Okay, so it looks like, when I did the, 0 to 40 up here, obviously, I got to the floor 40, and it, had the extra 4 meters, beyond the height. So when I did the 40 again, it put it there. So me trying to do, 40, you know, uh, so if I do like another 40, it's gonna go, too far beyond, right? So I need to kind of take about 8 from it to make it work with having um, a single floor. I need to be able to kind of see around. So that should work. At least I hope. If we're doing, 40 meters per level. Nice. Okay, so obviously, it doesn't work with the, um, it doesn't work going all the way up to, um, you know, 200. So, uh, okay. And awesome. Got it right. Awesome. And then if we do this, yeah, see, it stops at 32. I can't do another 36 on it, so it won't allow me to go any further than that. So what we're gonna do then is we're going to put foundation here, and we are going to do another. We're going to put in another elevator. And let's see. Obviously, I can't do. We can only do 160, right? So. There we go. Okay, so this is going to be really interesting. Now, that, obviously that should be high enough for, the sky elevator that we kind of want, but obviously we'll kind of judge that once we get up to the next floor here. Oh, right, it doesn't tell me the meters on here. So let's see, we got, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36. Is this 40? Let's see. Nope. It's not 40. It's, put it at 36. And, I don't even have power through it anyway, so, I'm kind of curious. Can I actually do that? Seems like I can. Okay, now let's see. Eight, 12, 16. Make sure I'm far enough back here. 12, 16, 28, 24, 28, 32, 36, 40. We good? No, that's still at 36. Am I messing up on my overall placement of this? Well, I mean, I guess, yeah, I should be fine. Okay. I'm just kind of weirded out a little bit. I'm just trying to, I'm like overthinking it a bit, so sorry about that. All right. Now, let's see. We have, I have 40, 44, 48, 52, 56, 60, 64, 66, or 66, 68, 72, 76, and this would be 80. Okay. Let's see, 84, 88, 92, 96, 100, 104, 108, 112, 116, 120. We should be good in terms of stops. Okay, and then okay, so hmm. Now, obviously, we are very high up, and we are at a spot where we're pretty much um, we can handle pretty much anything else that or like we're avoiding a lot of the terrain if we were to just start trying to build things up here. The only problem is though is that there's still some potentially large structures like right there, for example, right over there. Obviously, we got that pillar right there. That's kind of a problem if we were to stop at this point. So, you know, it it probably, work, overall. Like I don't think like I can, if necessary, I can always kind of go around these. Um, it wouldn't necessarily be that hard or that difficult. Um, but I'm also kind of curious, how high up you know, can we go up into the sky here? Because obviously, we've just done, a total of 360 meters, with the 160 there and the 160 on the other elevator down below. But I'm kind of curious, you know, um, you know, how high up in the air can we go? Let's see. Trying to make sure that. I want to get it even 160 here, if possible. It's not necessarily giving me the. Yeah, actually, let me run back here a little bit. Give it a little bit more of a different perspective on raising this up a bit. I just need 160 even. Why are we causing some problems here? Uh, hmm. Maybe if I lock the hologram and do like maybe a, oh, nope. That's not what I was hoping that I would do. Okay. I was kind of hoping that, it would nudge, you know, the uh, the height a little bit, the vertical nudge, but apparently not. So we're going to go ahead and unlock it. Hmm. There we go. I'm having a little bit of difficulty on trying to build that up. power up that. And what I want to do, let's see. Now, clearly, this is definitely enough of a height to kind of build up the, you know, the rail station. You know, I don't think there's any kind of question about, like, you know, hey, you know, do I have enough height here? You know, but, you know, I do kind of wonder, you know, are they going to give me a height limit on this? You know, are they going to kind of stop me on, you know, how high we can go? You know, it's clearly, you know, we're not going to be able to go out into outer space and, you know, um, the, you know, this is, you know, kind of interesting in how much we've been able to kind of go up so far. Like, you know, where does it stop? Yeah, so far, it doesn't seem like it wants to, or at least, you know, it's not, you know, I haven't had anything say like, hey, you're going too high. At least, not yet, anyway. Now, you know, the level before and below, you know, that seemed like a reasonable height for the overall, um, you know, getting up to the rail station and stuff like that. Like, I don't see any real major problem with, you know, doing the rail line from down below. This right now is absurd. Trying to do a rail line up here. Um, so, you know, uh, but again, I'm just kind of curious, you know. Oh, we're out of steel beams. Damn. Wait, don't I have... Oh yeah, I do have the dimensional depot on top of the steel beams in order to add in some more, but obviously, yeah, I've already used up quite a bit already. Um, hmm. I mean, right now, you know, it feels like I'm definitely above the, you know, that little platform for the space elevator. You know, how much higher can we go? But I can't get there right at this moment in time because I don't have enough steel beams. Um, so what I think I'm gonna do is I'm going to kind of fall on down to the other, you know, fall on down, you know, get the, uh, go down and grab some more steel beams, you know, basically. So, call the elevator so we can, So when we want to go right back up, we don't have to, wait for the elevator to, um, you know, travel down to us. It's already kind of made the travel time. So, all right, let's go and grab ourselves some more steel beams, and then we'll come on back and we'll continue building on up, and then we'll see about, you know, uh, and once we're done, testing out the height limits, because I am kind of curious, how high can I take this? Can I take any kind of particular builds? You know, because um, you know, if I want to build like a superstructure, you know, of just, of a factory kind of going up and down, then, I'd like to know, where are my limits on it? How much of a skyscraper can I go, um, before it basically says, nope, hey, sorry, you can't do this anymore. The This will also kind of give me a rough idea as to, like, how much, um, how much will I need to kind of go up for the other, you know, structures, because, for example, you know, we have our elevator over here, you know, and, I have this, well, not necessarily in the best, you know, alignment with the other one that out in the, um, you know, uh, out at the oil area, but, you know, um, I'm gonna need to know, like, how I'm gonna handle this particular factory as well. So, you know, let's see. Okay, we're going to grab a whole bunch of stacks here. Yes, clearly we've been kind of cutting through a lot of our steel beams. So, all right, back we go. Because I'm gonna need to, not only am I building up the, the rail line out there, which, obviously you can kind of see it out from this distance here. Um, but I'm gonna need to kind of do the exact same thing, in all the other locations that I want to, um, you know, either, send resources up to the train, or bring resources back kind of thing, you know. So, you know, um, I'm also, and this is going to be kind of interesting as well because, I need to know, um, can I do, am I gonna first, need to build up um, the freight cars, obviously I need to build the engine. That's not, that's, you know, uh, understandable on that front. I believe me, I understand. But will it try to automatically build the freight cars itself, or do I need to, manually put them in? I'm gonna make the assumption that I have to manually put them in. Like I have to manually put in, like, hey, um, you have like 3 resources that you want to, take back, and you want to put them like in 3 separate cars, then I'm gonna need to build up 3 separate freight cars, blah blah, that kind of thing. Okay. Yeah, this right here doesn't feel like a great height for the train. That's why, you know, going up to this point, you know, while not exactly, you know, um, great for like, other builds, or, trying to make sure that like everything is being, sent up to this point, you know, this would be like the ideal height to handle, avoiding any collision with anything in a sense. So that's why I'm kind of leaning more towards this spot being like the ideal, um, you know, ideal railway location, you know, you know. I'm gonna have to be a little careful with this though, one wrong move and I suddenly go plummeting down to the ground. Although, I have my jetpack on me, so I mean, that's not too bad, but still. I don't necessarily want to be having to, you know, come back up here. I wonder, is there... Guess not. I guess there really isn't any kind of, I mean, I guess I can maybe do, like the small walls here. Is it, can I actually be stopped by them? Yeah, okay. Well, that's good. I just want to put up a small outer wall a little bit so, I don't necessarily, you know, fall down there, for example. Okay. Let me continue my, journey upwards here.
It's nice of you to come by. It can get pretty boring here.
Okay. And then transport, personal elevator. And we're still going up. So far, no, nothing necessarily stopping me on this road at this moment in time. At least not yet. I can see my house from here. Okay, never mind. It does give me a nice, aerial view of pretty much the entire, like, continent per se. So, yeah, okay. So, is that? I'm probably gonna get rid of these afterwards, you know, because I don't really need, you know, I don't think I'm gonna really be needing an elevator this high, Um, uh-oh. It's not giving me the 160 that I want again. Um, you know, I don't think I'm really need, to, have a structure this high, especially out here, you know. Um, I hope it doesn't get to a point where it's like, hey, you're, running out of air. We're just gonna start, killing you off if you go too high. I hope it doesn't do something like that. That would kind of suck. You know, clearly I'm going into the clouds already, so that's. Okay. Still not stopping me. At least I haven't seen anything that is, stopping me from building up. Like, there's nothing basically saying, hey, you've reached your maximum height. Please stop this. So, of course, the electricity, that I'm using for each of these is, you know, 20, 20 megawatts per. But I mean, that's, you know, the fact that I've, increased my energy by 1,000, from the oil power plants, I don't necessarily need to worry too much about running out of power. So, how high do we go? I mean, again, nothing necessarily stopping me. Nothing basically saying, hey, you're choking. Or, hey, you're taking atmospheric damage for being up so high, or anything along those lines. So, at least not yet, anyway. I mean, unless there's, some form of flying creature that comes along and says, hey, guess what? You're in my territory now, Munch. And, well, that's going to be an interesting experience if that was to happen. Um, you know, let's see. Oh, trying to get that 160 even. Ah, damn it. What's going on here? There we go. Still going up. Okay. Still no problems in terms of like air or atmosphere or anything along those lines, so I think I might have put this on the wrong side, but oh, whatever. You know, at this point in time, you know, I'm just doing this just for the, you know, uh, just to see, you know, how high up I can go. You know, it doesn't necessarily, I don't necessarily care about, you know, overall alignment at this point in time because at some point, you know, I will be taking all this down. I don't necessarily, you know, I'm not necessarily caring to be up this high. Um, you know, at least not for this, you know, this might be fine for a for like maybe a central factory to kind of go up this high if I really wanted to, if I really have the, you know, the time and the patience to actually build, you know, something, you know, this height and like, you know, that would be a huge undertaking, you know, especially with the fact that, you know, we're still going. Like, we haven't even, um, you know, it hasn't stopped me on my builds so far. So, I mean, at this point in time, I could probably just, you know, say, screw it, let's just go maximum height, you know, because again, you know, I'm not planning on going up this high for, you know, out here, you know. Okay. but at the same time, I do, I would like to be able to, um, uh, I'm out of silica. I would like to be able to kind of like count how many levels I've gone and, then multiply it by the 160. If I was doing like the 198 each time, then, that would be a little bit rougher mathematical equation. Now, here's the thing. I've I've heard that no matter what height you basically jump from, like if I jump from this height and, I don't do any kind of jetpack or anything along those lines, I lose up to like 1 hit point. So if like I get hurt by some like animal afterwards, then obviously, um, I'm dead. So, you know, and I need to go get some silica. Um, and it is going to be kind of annoying to call, all these elevators back down and come right back up here again to, once I get some more silica, but hmm, I'm still kind of curious as to, you know, is there an end height to this? So far, they haven't stopped me. So, all right, here we go. Let's test it out. Let's see, I'm definitely going to be breaking my legs here pretty soon. There's there's the train platform, or at least the plan for the train platform. So, just to kind of give a rough idea as to, how many platforms we've gone so far. And here we go. And crack. That's still alive. I am definitely hurt though. Okay. It's giving me a little bit of a quick health boost up to about 3 bars. Okay, now it's kind of slowed down. Gotcha. Okay. Now I have to, now it's a slow health restoration. Gotcha. Okay. So, wow, look at that. Just to kind of show how far up, we've gone so far. Yikes. All right. Off to go get some more silica. And obviously, it's filling up the dimensional depot already, with some extra supplies, but obviously I'm gonna need to have some on my person to continue building up the elevator. Um, it is gonna be a little bit interesting trying to uh, uh, bring everything back down again, but okay, well, it looks like that's going to be the end of this part B for today's stream. We're going to go ahead and end it, well, as soon as I get to the destination for the silica, I'll end it there. But you know, we'll continue our build up, in part C. So I mean, I guess if you got kind of tired of, or if you want to see the end result, I guess you could just kind of, you know, I guess. Hmm. I don't know if I'll ever remember to basically put a little memo in part B saying, "Hey guys, at the very end, I'm doing just a test on, the overall height of a building. So if you want to skip this, go to part C and you'll see the end result." I don't know. Um, I probably will never remember to do that. So, um, I guess if anybody's ever watching this, later on in the future and you want to put that little note at the very beginning of this part B video, then, you're more than welcome to, just like warning people like, hey, at this particular timestamp, you know, um, he's just building up, an elevator to maximum height, so you can skip to part C and, see the end result, you know. So, okay. We're gonna just grab a whole bunch of silica because clearly I've been using quite a bit. And I'm probably gonna be needing a lot of this anyway for um, maybe not necessarily um, not necessarily for the um, the elevator build out, at the oil platform. But I'm gonna need to be doing, more elevator builds, you know, in the other train platforms anyway. Oops, wait, I forgot to stop. Damn it. Okay, well, I guess we'll head off to the hub. I got so interested in moving, moving. You know what? I can't necessarily, you know, would like to be able to like tab just to kind of see, just to kind of hold my mouse in place or something like that. But oh well, let's head. Let me turn into the hub, and I will stop this video here. So this is the end of part B for this particular video. So if you want to see the continuation of this, obviously, you have to watch the next video if you're watching this later on YouTube. Um, like and subscribe would be fantastic. Check out the description for multiple links down below, such as, um, Patreon and or, donation, help me out directly. Or you can check out my socials, the Discord. Still have like Twitter and Blue Sky, but I don't really use those that much anymore. And you can check out the other members of Team Robot. I also put their links down below. So, but that's going to be it for part B. So thank you very much for watching, and I will catch you all again next time. Go ahead and stop the recording right now. Okay, and now we're going to go on to part C of today's stream, which is July 25th, 2026. Oh, nope, 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 nope. You keep on going that way. I want to go this way. Um, you know, like and subscribe you know, if you've enjoyed the content so far, would be fantastic. Check out the description for, multiple links, such as, uh, have a Patreon and donation if you want to help me out directly. Um, you know, if you want to continue supporting my uh, gameplay, I guess. Um, or just well, yeah, just help me out. Continuing with the gameplay. Um, those would be helpful. Uh, if you can't do it, then the like and subscribe is you know still very much um, very helpful in my endeavors to keep on going. So um, check out the description, check out other links down below in the description, such as, Discord, Twitter, and Blue Sky if you want to check out like the social media. Not that I really talked that much on them, but you know, they're there. Um, and you can check out other members of Team Robot. Their links are in the description as well. So, so in part C, um, the main goal of part C is to do the train build, or at least initial train platform, and then um, starting to build out to um, you know other locations, which is going to be a little rough in that it's going to take a long time to build out the platforms all the way out there, um, but yeah. Now, in the last video, in part B, I broke my legs, falling all the way from way up high down here, just to kind of test out, like, hey, if I fall, will I die? And the answer is no. You know, um, my friend James told me that, it would, you will always survive with, at least, one hit point of health, you know, no matter how far you fall. And well, I just proved it, because you know, we've gone up several sets of 160 meters up in the sky so far, and falling from that height, you know, that would kill pretty much anybody. So, that was our first. It's going to be a while to kind of get back up there, unfortunately, you know, because seeing that I fell all the way down, I you know, didn't call the elevators. So, so now they're having to travel down here, so that I can go right back on up. Uh, I'm just kind of curious as to, how high can we build? Because um, that was our second 160, so this is going to be our third. Um, so yeah, I'm kind of curious, how high up in the sky can we build a factory if we really wanted to? Like, you know, if we wanted to just keep on building up and up and up and up, is there going to be a limit? And, um, so far, no, there hasn't been a limit. Okay, I was about to say it. My, I guess there's like a little bit of a reflection on my blade off the window there, and it almost looked like there was like something off in the distance that was just kind of glowing. So, um, so yeah, this is going to be, probably the main train platform. Let's see, we'll do, you know, oh wait, Okay, this is going to be a little interesting then because the, if I do this, then, the train is going to want to go in this general direction. And obviously, I don't necessarily want to do that. And if I do this, going in that direction, then I would need to build up like the other train um, like not necessarily train stations, but the like the freight platforms, you know, to be able to, take in resources and the like. So I might, gonna have to figure that part out a little bit. So, you know, not quite sure how I want to, um, you know, first time working with the train, so I need to see, um, how will it react, or how, you know, um, how do I get the train to kind of go, or um, I want to make sure that I, have the train be able to kind of go, out towards, the locations that I want them to go towards, right? I needed it to kind of go there, um, specifically. If I want to use this as, the main, factory location, then, um, you know, then I need to have a rough idea as to, um, you know, uh, that looks like a SAM site right there. Um, so I'm thinking, I'll probably need to kind of go like, um, not so much like, in this direction, but I'm probably gonna need to do it like, like so, in front of the elevator. But the question that I have is, do I need to make like a circle to allow for the train to, um, to kind of be able to get back to the first location, or, will it be able to kind of go like, if say like I'm the train, I'm at the train station, I, go out to the other train station, will it go like, hey, I'm stuck, I can't move anymore, or like, hey, I need to have a track that kind of goes back around so I can move that way, or if I put an engine on the back end of the train, will it be able to kind of go backwards, you know, like, or, will it be, uh, now obviously, certain, you know, uh, if you're doing that like, backwards, you know, modern day, obviously, it's not exactly, um, uh, you know, it's not very wise to do that, because you don't, if you're an engineer and you're in the, you're in the engine and you're basically pushing, freight along the track and you don't know what's in front of you, then you're basically going to be, you could, potentially be in like serious trouble because, if you don't see like maybe a train, uh, you know, or like, someone like sitting on train tracks, or, I mean, uh, train tracks being broken, obviously, um, not much that an engineer can really do in that particular case. Um, you know, is, or, depending on, how fast you're actually traveling, obviously, but.
Receiving Fix-It elevator announcement. Bring Your Turtle to Work Day has been canceled indefinitely due to yesterday's incident.
Oh
In other
no.
news, we're still searching for the missing Pomeranian.
Okay. Um, the, you know, you know, the turtle, bringing a turtle and Pomeranian is, hmm, that's unfortunate. But we'll see what happens. Like I said, I haven't messed with the trains at all, so um, and it's gonna take me a while to kind of build up the train lines anyway. So I also stopped counting how many elevators I've been in so far. Oops. So the question is, do I can't necessarily like can't necessarily mimic the um I mean, I guess you guys get what I'm saying about, hey, does the train line need to be circular, or can I do like a single line and have the train kind of go back and forth from it? And if it goes back and forth, do I need the um you know um if it goes back and forth, then will I need to put engines on both ends um, of the freight in order to get allow for it to kind of go back and forth between the two, you know. My God, I'm gonna go into outer space if I'm not careful. See, there's a little bit of a like a an etching like right there, you know, in the window, but I'm almost getting kind of bored of this. You know, and I'm sure a lot of people are going, "Oh my God, Jim, can you stop?" You know, so I'm almost half inclined on, just kind of checking online, seeing, if they even put in a maximum height, you know. I mean, they should, in my opinion, because, like eventually you're going to get to a height where,
Please return to your designated
yep,
zone.
there it
Failure
goes.
to comply will result in termination.
Ooh.
Fixit property will not function outside of Fixit property. Return Fixit property to Fixit property immediately.
Okay, there it goes. I was wondering, when it would eventually do that. Now, the fact that it kills you so quickly though, that's a bit rough. I kind of wish that they would kind of give you a little bit of a heads up on that. Like, hey, you're going a little too far out of the area here. Like this is, oh, damn it. You know, are you certain that you want to do this? It killed me off quick. But then again, I guess that, hey, if I'm going out into outer space, yeah. You know, but, the thing is that, like, you know, like it probably should have given me a little bit more, like a hazard warning as I continued to get higher and higher up in the air. Like, hey, you're starting to lose oxygen or something like that. Like, the amount of oxygen that you're consuming is, dropping to, you know, uh, 50%, 40%, 30%, 20%, 10%. Hey, you're gonna start dying if you don't stop. That kind of thing. You know, like give me some kind of rough indicator of that before, you know, doing the like, hey, you're super dying super quick. You know. So not really appreciating that uh that amount of what they did there. Uh because I was kind of hoping that, um like it would give me a little bit more of a warning than, what it did give me, but whatever. All right. So now we're gonna go up and grab our death crate, you know, and start kind of breaking everything down. Now I could probably just like leave the elevators there, maybe. I don't know. Um, just to kind as a, rough, um, as like a, rough idea as to like, how tall, you know, I can go. Um, okay, hold on. Yeah. We did one flight of 160. Here's the second flight of 160. I'm kind of having inclined of like kind of leaving it there as a kind of like a benchmark, like, or basically saying like, hey, don't build anything higher than this, kind of idea, you know. All right, this is the third 160. Again, here's the, you know, my train station that I want to kind of do. Let's see. And if the arrow is any indication as to where, I want it to go, like it's basically saying, hey, it's gonna go in this general direction, then and maybe, you know, I'll need to kind of what that, huh? I'm sorry, folks. I do not know how to pronounce. I do not know how to actually say that. Skovde? Probably butchered that. Sorry about that. All right, next one. I also don't know if I can actually change that or not. Hopefully I can. But now let me, actually, hold on. I'm kind of curious as to, you know, what that is. Uh-huh. Apparently, it's a municipality in Sweden. All right. Birthday. Hmm. Let's see.
Skövde.
I'm sorry, what?
Skövde.
Okay, I'm way off, apparently, if this is the pronunciation for that. So, apologies. All right. Okay. That's 160. Yeah, this is going to be a while because obviously, we've built up quite a bit here. Okay. Next 160 here. Oh, okay. It even gives a train station, modifier on the map. Hmm. I am kind of curious as to whether or not I can, modify the name of that. But I don't necessarily want to be, pissing off any, foreign nationals, on really messing up their pronunciation. So I think I'd prefer being able to like change the station name into something else. Although again, I don't know exactly how to go about doing that. So, but we'll find out. We'll find out soon enough. So. Okay. Eight levels so far. That is quite a number of meters up in the sky. Now, I sent the elevator back down, when I was dying, so I'll imagine that as soon as I get to the level, you know, like I come out of the elevator and look over to the side, I'll see my, death crate and supplies and know that that's the elevator that I do not want. But we'll find out. We'll find out soon enough. I'm just gonna do. Ah, damn it. There we go. Make things a little bit easier to kind of read. Of course, all the veterans probably already know the true height and stuff like that for anybody that's like, maybe playing it for the very first time and doesn't know. And, maybe this information will be helpful to them. The fact that, I'm going up so high. So, we still haven't reached the full height of this yet. Kind of wish that I knew. Well, looks like we still got about, 2 more layers to go here, so. Okay. There's another 160. So we're already at, 1,600, plus. So, okay, looks like this one is kind of like the last one here. Because I don't see any other floors beyond it. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Okay, and there it is. So clearly, 160, meters up, is basically death. So, I don't know exactly where it is overall, but let's see. We have 1,600 based off of these 10 here. And then you add 320 onto that, and you're looking at around, let's see, 1,920. Um, so I would imagine that if you try to go about 2,000, that's where it starts trying to kill you. So about 2,000 meters up and you're dead. Okay. Yeah. Let's get rid of that. Um, let's see. Let me put up like a little bit of a sign here. Um, okay. Let's see. Select icon. Um, I guess we can probably just use the nuclear symbol there, radiation symbol. Um, hmm. Yeah, no. Is there any way to select an icon? Um, okay, there we go. I was about to say. Alright, text. Um, you just traveled 12 sets of 160 equaling 120 meters. Okay, there we go. If you go any higher, 2,000 probably. You will definitely die. Okay. So yeah. Hmm. There we go. Now, if I was to just say like, hey, let's use my jetpack and see if it starts trying to kill me even with the jetpack, let's find out. Nope. Can't get can't get any not enough height on that, so. Alright, well, I mean, in a sense, I don't necessarily need to come back up here, so I can just kind of fall on down to where the train station is, and don't really need to worry about, like, calling the elevators back. I mean, I guess I could probably try to, like, remove the energy from them, but at the same time, I'd rather kind of keep this in as like a potential warning for myself later on. You know, I don't know. Let's just kind of go on down. Now, obviously, the math might be a little off because obviously we're talking about like maybe an overlap of 4 meters per, but Okay, now, configure train station. Okay, hmm. I want to make sure that I have enough, or I want to make sure that I have like distinct, like labeling on these to. Oh, I mean, if I just do, something like oil, okay. Well, I mean that kind of tells me about, what is there, but I mean it's not necessarily very original or anything along those lines. I could try to do something along the lines of like, hey, this is like, New Houston or something along those lines, just to kind of say like, hey, oil field, but, I don't know, you know, I guess we can just kind of do that, I guess for the time being. Okay, now, we don't necessarily need to worry too much about, um, um, fluid because we're not necessarily transporting any kind of fluid. Um, but well, that's not necessarily the plan. Um, hmm. Not quite sure where I want to bring up the resources though. I mean, it seems like it's gonna be kind of more on this side, closer to the elevator, so having it on that side is just gonna be a bit problematic, especially if I have to um, um, do like a circle, for example. So, okay, now, um, let us, you know, let us head on down. Yeah, call that elevator back. Um,
Oh, I've got a joke for you. Knock knock. Then you say, "Who's there?" "It's me, Elevata." And then you ask, "Elevata who?" "No, I elevate you."
it doesn't even work to elevator. Okay, so we're basically going to take the resources from the storage units that we have right at this moment in time, which is basically the plastic, the rubber, um, and um, uh, you know, like the plastic, the rubber, and there's the other like resource. Um, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put all this. silica back in here for the time being. I don't really need all that. Grab the bullets, grab these. Grab those. Still fine on the screws. Grab that. There we go. That should be fine for right now. So it's going to be a little interesting in getting the resources up there. And, you know, like I'm not quite sure, you know, how the freight lines will kind of work. So, so for example, you know, I have, you know, these supplies over here, you know, well, I've now found out, you know, we don't have our power running right over here, so let's go ahead and fix that. There we go. So, now the thing, this is a bit of a problem in the sense that I don't necessarily, you know, I would rather not enjoy having to, you know, send like three conveyor lifts, like, you know, going up into the sky like that. But, you know, as it is anyway, it looks like I'm gonna have to do like, you know, 20 meters per to kind of get up there. And even then it's like, you know, I don't necessarily want to be having to deal with, you know, the fact that I have like three conveyor lifts going up there anyway, you know, it's not exactly going to be ideal, but, you know, I'm not quite sure I can really, you know, what else I can really do about it. The other problem is making sure that I have the resources going in a fashion where I'm not like going to be like causing any problems with any of the floors of the rest of like all the other platforms that are out there or something along those lines. Like, you know, like for example, you know, I can see now like if I keep on putting these, you know, conveyor lifts all the way up to the train station, I'm gonna basically clip through the floor there. And I don't necessarily want to have that happen. Not quite sure how it's to go about doing it though. I mean, again, I don't necessarily want to do, you know, something like out here on the outside going up because again, if I have to do like a circle, you know, eventually I'm gonna have it come right back here, back into the train station. And, um, you know, I'm not gonna be able to, um, you know, it's gonna be kind of difficult for me to like adjust the conveyor lifts or anything like that, or like replace them with Mark IVs or, whatever. So maybe I put them next to the elevator. I mean, maybe. One of the things that I'm thinking about right now is um, maybe instead of putting the storage, you know, containers over here where everything is, maybe I'll move them over here, put them like next to the elevator, like on this side here, and then have like the conveyor, the conveyors go over there to like link in with like the three storage containers, and then um, readjust the um, conveyors to get out there without too much difficulty. Um, I don't really see too much of a problem with the plastic and the other resource that's over there, but rubber over there is probably going to be a little difficult to work around. Hmm. Let's see. So first off, we're going to do kind of like this. Come on now. All right, there we go. So now we just, send these up, that way. But you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and like, maybe go up to the level on where I'm at, set them, or you know, set up here and then, bring them up to me instead of trying to figure out like, where the height is here. Unless I put like the storage containers like, well, I mean, I could try to do like storage containers all the way up. I mean, I would be storing a lot of resources, overall. And I mean, that might be kind of advantageous a little bit in that, I mean, unless the train is going to be like, pulling so many resources that, I'll never store, you know, I'll never store enough. Hmm. Um, so, um, like, hmm. That's going to be a little bit of a problem there. I just want to make sure that I don't necessarily clip with anything. Oh, wait. I need to put it, you know, more on the inside here. Ah, still not. Ah, get out of the way. Do that. And then put that there. Okay. I'm just going to, I know that I probably collected, you know, some extra resources here, so we're just going to throw those in there. Actually, I guess I can just kind of leave this here for right now. It's just gonna kind of take too long to, you know, try to like manage, you know, clearing these out and stuff like that. So, um, okay, weird that this is, you know, causing some clipping issues with the building there, but not much I can really do about that. Okay, we're good there. And there we go. All the plastic is flowing into that one over there, so that should be good. Let's see. And of course we got this one over here. That's gonna be a little bit of a problem, but okay. Looks like we're doing pretty good so far. And right in there. All right. Now, Obviously, those will get filled with, the, resin, the plastic, and the rubber there. So now it's just trying to get it up to the, you know, oh, angled wrong. Damn it. Uh, that's not good. Hold on. I need to adjust that. I was kind of hoping that, I thought that I lined it up nicely, but I guess not. Stop. 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 Alright, well. Let's see. Let's try to fix this here. It'd be kind of nice if I could get, more of a, like some way of lining it up, or being able to kind of line up nicely, like how you have like the line here, like you can kind of do the control and it lines up nicely there, right? It'd be kind of nice if I could do that same thing with like the foundations or something like that here. Hold on, let me check down below here, or check up above and see if that's lined up better than what I had before. Kind of looks that way. Yeah, that's much better. All right. All right. Let's see. Let's see. I don't know if I really have a whole lot of space to grab in some polymer resin here. Yeah, I don't. Okay, you know what? We're just going to grab a couple, throw them in the other bin over here, and then we'll take it down. There we go. Okay, there we go. Oh wait, before I do too much, let's put the resin back over here. There's that. And then just threw a lot of the plastic that, I collected in there. Don't really need all that, or at least not yet anyway. And then there's that. There's that. And there is that. Alright. Now we should be good. Okay. I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, unless I put storage containers like right here, to store some more resources, then I could, oh, Well, here's another thing. Like, if I might want to use like these levels to do any additional production with said plastic, yeah, or rubber or the resin, then, it might be in my best interest you know, to do, you know, like industrial storage, all the way up. But at the same time, um, that might, um, um, you know, could I be causing some problems for myself for this as well? Because, oh, well, yeah, actually, I am. I would be kind of causing some problems for myself, wouldn't I? Because, well, okay, let me kind of demonstrate. So, hey, we have this container right here. Let's go ahead and put that down. Obviously, we're taking resources from down below. Let's go ahead and, we're gonna need to input it into our storage container, right? So that's fine. Let us go ahead and, put, uh, this selected here, and we'll like send this all the way back down to, oh wait, we can't necessarily do that, but you get what I'm saying, like, hey, let's connect it with down there, right? Well, here's the problem that we have right now, is the fact that, I would have to, I mean, I guess I could probably just stack them again. Like I can do, um, one on top of each other, like so, just so I can get like resources, going back up again. But that's going to be a lot of storage containers all the way up. I don't know. I mean, it is going to supply with um, a lot of resources, especially if I'm doing, if I'm, when I start doing this on other, um, in other areas, like when I start like transferring. Oh, but the problem with transferring from other areas is the fact that you have, um, I'm gonna need to have resources traveling along, or I'm gonna have to have like traveling conveyor belts from quite a distance in some cases just to get to, you know, such a platform as this one, right? Hmm, I don't know. No. Okay. Well, it's not necessarily lining up very well. Okay. We want to go that way. Then that way. Then load this up. Put that there. Then 5 to there. And then okay. So obviously, um, you know, the fact that we're having resources traveling, through all this is, you know, gonna be quite interesting. Again, I don't think I'm. Hmm. Actually, let's see here real quick.
Being an elevator AI has its ups and downs.
Haha. Okay. Let me do. Obviously, we'll add in the foundations here. But the one thing I'm kind of curious about is if I hook up there. Ah, damn. I was kind of hoping that, these would be, long enough to get up at least, more than 40 meters, but I guess not. Alright, well, you know, guess, the, build for the, storage containers and the like is just gonna have to kind of, continue as planned, I guess. And the other downside of this is the fact that I'm having to kind of go out a little bit just to connect all these. You know what? Let me just go ahead and put a outside platform here just so I can uh, kind of look and see a little bit better. Okay, resources going in there, that's fine. And resources going in there, that's fine. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead, now that I have that little platform on the outside there, let's just go ahead and build these up. Okay, there's that. Okay. Actually, now that I think about it, ooh, but how can I do that? I just had an idea. This might be a job for blueprints. Problem is that, the problem that I have though is the fact that like trying to get them connected, for each level, I think is kind of outside the uh, the blueprints. Yeah, the dimensions are 32 by 32 by 32. So there's no way that I'm gonna be able to do to be able to kind of like extend like the lifts up to like another level. Not with the dimensions that it has. But what I could do is at least build up, one set of industrial storage and the one on top of it, and then of course the connectors on in between them. So let me go ahead and do that real quick. Let me design that blueprint real fast so I can just kind of use the blueprint to make the set, you know, without, you know, uh, without too much hassle. That seems like a reasonable, um, blueprint set that, you know, I can kind of do. So back to the hub we go. I really do need to get rid of those trees, kind of obscuring my vision a bit. Alright, there's that. Now we can come on over here. Organization, industrial storage. You know, basically put, oh, yeah. Again, I don't necessarily like the fact that I'm using resources in order to do this. Kind of wish that I could just kind of, you know, do it by just blueprint alone, but whatever. And then okay. And then we come on over here. Okay. Industrial storage set. Storage sets on top of each other. 3 resources. Let's see. Add category. We'll mark this down as storage. There we go. And apply and apply changes. Okay. Okay. Select icon. Let's see. Select icon. I don't really care about the color, so we'll just use that. Save blueprint. Blueprint saved. Alright, so okay, then blueprints. Aha. That's how you go about doing it. Okay. There we go. Okay. It's not necessarily the best design out of them all because obviously, um, you know, ideally I would love to have been able to like set um like the height, you know, of like connector, you know, going upwards basically. But, you know, obviously, you know, uh I can't necessarily set that for like it had to be like the 40 meters and it's it's not that tall, it's not that tall, so, you know. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Good there. Over here. See, I can't do these, raising up to there, for example. So, it'd be nice if it could, but, you know, but the designer isn't that, um, you know, can't necessarily work for us that well. So, alright. So now we are going to do this. Oh, I think I did one less. There we go. Do about 3 here. And I'll do 1 there. And then blueprints, industrial set. Huh. Okay, interesting. Don't necessarily like this part of it because at least the blueprint kind of told me like, hey, or um, like the blueprint, I'm able to kind of put it pretty much anywhere, or at this moment in time without any kind of restrictions when, in the past, you know, if I'm doing it individually, it's like saying, hey, you know, this is uneven ground. I can't go here. So, I mean, in some ways, I guess this is kind of a nice touch to it, but at the same time, um, it's, uh, you know, I don't know. It feels like it doesn't necessarily work very well either, because, like, you know, what happens if I like screw up or something like that? So, you know, or okay, everything working fine. Looks like it's working fine. Okay, up we go. Hmm. All right. Let's see. Hmm. I have a funny feeling. I have a bad feeling that I'm gonna cause some problems if I leave that. Um, if I leave that and you know industrial storage there. Uh, hmm. Then again, maybe not. Maybe you know, maybe it'll be fine. Yeah, it's fine. We're good. Okay. Oh wait, I want that there, that there, that there. Okay, now this is going to be a little difficult or a little different here because, well, maybe not so much because now it's kind of offset a little bit, you know. And unfortunately, I'm just gonna have to, you know, keep on doing one level at a time. So, which is gonna be a little bit of a problem with the, as you know, I get closer and closer to this, to the, um, um, as I get a little bit closer and closer to this train station, in that, you know, uh, let's see, I think this is where I normally, yeah, um, in that, um, like I don't have, you know, the elevator stops like it did earlier, so I'm gonna have to, you know, put those in, obviously, um, because clearly, you know, I'm, you know, I can't move the resources, you know, up this high, you know, for an extended period. So, you know, okay, blueprints, industrial storage. Am I being stupid right now? Because it feels like it kind of edged out a little bit in order to, you know, connect with the other, right? But I don't remember it being that far out. Hmm. I guess it's fine. If it's connecting just fine, so. Just looked weird, that's all. Okay. Next stop. Alright. Now, wait a second. Was it this one here? Nope, the one after. There we go. Alright, now grab the blueprints. Oh, I don't know if I have enough. I do not. Okay. That's the kind of the downside of trying to do something like this is the fact that, you know, I'm the amount of resources that I'm, you know, devoting to just this build alone, with the storage containers is extensive. Hmm. Like I almost feel like I need to get, you know, um, like additional steel plants going to make sure that, you know, I got everything. And do I see like a crush site right over there? Seems like it. And I'll put a marker there. Yeah, about the same, about the right spot. All right, leave that marker there then. There are times that I kind of wish that I had binoculars because, you know, like I don't think this is anything in particular right there, but I'm curious as to what that's all about. So, all right. Well, clearly I need more resources. All right. Let's see. Now, I need steel beams and steel pipes uh, to build up some more industrial storage. So we're just gonna go back to our, coal area to just grab some more. Now, it is going to be a little difficult to try to build the railway because of the fact that uh, I don't know how much of a turn radius a rail line needs. Um, you know, uh, now the train station itself is, large enough as it is, but um, the uh, you know, uh, the fact that, you know, I don't know like how much I'm gonna need to adjust everything just to handle um um you know moving um oh wow. um just to have things kind of turn is gonna be a bit interesting. So okay, so we're going to go ahead and grab ourselves, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, about 6 stacks there. And we'll go ahead and grab 6 stacks here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Now, I'm kind of thinking like, one of the things that I'd like to try to do is like see about just putting a train down and, you know, putting a freight car down and see how the resources get loaded in. My only concern with that, though, is one, will the train start just automatically trying to move and basically plunge off the cliff and I lose all the resources? You know, it's one thing that, you know, I'm kind of a little worried about. Two, will the train just try to start moving if I, you know, start building the rail line out and therefore like constantly be in a sense in my way if I ever need to like adjust the train line? Or will it remain at the train station until like I build the second station, you know, for it to kind of go to? You know, I'm not sure. Um, uh, the um,
Don't forget to take the stairs once in a while. Healthy knees reduce the damage you take from any gravity-related incidents. Probably.
yeah, no, it doesn't. I mean, you know, sure, if you have good healthy knees and you don't, you know, and you drop maybe, you know, a few feet or something like that, you know, you might be able to handle it. But if you're dropping from, you know, 160 meters up, yeah, no, your knees are not going to survive that unless you have some kind of parachute. And even then, you got to make sure that you hit the ground, you know, just right in order to, you know, survive the landing. So, yeah. Okay. Resources are still kind of going on up. Okay, we haven't gone, we haven't, you know, built up the second level yet, so as you can see, no resources are traveling up here, so there we go. Blueprints, industrial set. I think this was a little too close. I'm gonna move it back here. I think that was just, that's still fine. Like, I think everything's gonna connect, you know, just perfectly. So, and then again, maybe not. I guess I need to have them kind of sticking out a bit because it wasn't automatically latching on. So there we go. And there we go. Okay. And there's everything that I need to do there. Yep. Okay, set that. Okay. Put that right there, and everything kind of lines up nicely. So there we go. And then grab this. There we go. And there's that. And there we go. All right. There's that. Now, thankfully, everything's kind of back to normal a bit. Sort of. Let's see, was it 2 or was it 3 out? 3 out, okay. Oh wait, blueprints. Industrial set. And obviously we can just kind of put that right here. Yeah, right there. Now obviously this is going to be a little bit of a problem with the walls that I kind of set a bit, maybe. But, you know, hopefully I can, you know, hopefully these can either kind of work around it or, you know, or maybe I'm going to have to kind of like build up walls to allow for the conveyor belts to kind of go through it, which, you know, I believe I do have those already set. Now, here is the problem that I got right at this moment in time, and the fact that, you know, I haven't done it yet is a little irritating. You know, should have done this earlier, but it is what it is. So, you know, I mentioned before that, you know, I didn't want to put the, you know, train line out here because, again, you know, potential for running into the ground is still, you know, not super high, but still possible, right? So, you know, so that's why, you know, figured I'd do this one right there. But, you know, if I'm gonna continue these builds all the way up, then, you know, all the way up to the train, you know, where the train is, because, you know, you know, one, you know, the lift doesn't go all the way, you know, up these 160 meters. Kind of wish it does, but it doesn't. You know, and, you know, I'm gonna need to eventually get the, you know, resources, you know, into these spots. Now, again, you know, I don't know. Like, okay, let me check this out here. First off, let us go ahead and build ourselves a locomotive. You know, let's go ahead and build ourselves a locomotive. You know, obviously, it's not going anywhere. You know, because, you know, I guess, you know, or at least I would hope that it, you know, it's not going anywhere. Plus, you know, we don't necessarily even have power to it. So there's that. Next thing that I want to do is do a freight car. Oh, not enough space on track. Interesting. Okay. That's a bit weird. I would have figured that, like there should have been. because like, this is the train station and this is the freight station. Like, huh? What do you mean there's not enough space on the track? What the hell do you mean, game? This is... Huh? Eh, eh, Okay, you know what? We'll just kind of leave it there. Um, I'll I'll explain my confusion and stuff like that in part D. But we're gonna end part C here. We're already getting to the 2 hours, um, we still got to get resources up here. We're gonna be trying to get resources into these spots here. And then seeing how it will distribute resources through to the freight cars and stuff like that. But we'll figure that out in the next video and part D, so stay tuned for that. I think after I get, well, I need to see, first off, like how, if I put two different resources in these two spots here, how does it distribute the resources on the freight car? Um, am I going to need three different, um, train freight platforms in order to, you know, handle the three resources that I have coming up right at this point? I don't really know. So that's another thing that I'm gonna need to kind of figure out. And I'll talk about my confusion about the train cars in the next video as well. So, but that's gonna be it. Um, like and subscribe would be fantastic. Check out the description for multiple links down below, links that help me out directly, such as links going to uh, my Patreon and my donation link. Those would help me out directly. If if you can't do that, don't worry about it. The like and subscribe is just good enough. Um, they still help out. Um, you know, the uh, the other thing that I would love to see is everybody going to the uh, my Discord and my social media links so that you know those are down below in the description. And uh, check out the uh, the other additional links down below, such as social media, the Discord, the Twitter and the Blue Sky that I don't really use, and check out the links to my friends and Team Robot. They're also linked down below as well. But that's going to be it for this particular video. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll catch you next time. But until then, take care. Have a good night. Stay healthy, stay safe. I'll catch you strangers next time. Okay, this will be part D and the final video of today's stream. You're watching, today's stream is, July 25th, 2026. This will be the final video, 2-hour set of my playthrough for today. If you've liked it so far, like and subscribe would be fantastic. Check out the links down in the description, if you want to support me directly on making these videos, you know, the Patreon and or donation would be appreciated. But you know, you don't have to if you can't. Don't stress about it. You know, like I said, you know, the like and subscribe is, you know, just as helpful. You know, so I appreciate those as well. Um, you know, because everything helps out, you know, down the line. So, um, you know, I have Discord, Twitter, and Blue Sky. Although I don't really talk much on any of them. But you know, I try to chat with people if I can, you know, on Discord, if it's a topic that I enjoy talking about anyway. But normally I talk about things, you know, through my stream anyway. Whatever. Um, you know, and then of course, you know, there's links to you know, members of Team Robot. They're down below, you know. So if you want to go check out my friends' content, they are there. So, um, but all right. So in the last video, you know, um, I talked about how, you know, I still need to get, you know, the levels set up to allow for me to get, you know, bring the resources up from down below up here to the train station. Um, and you know, I figured like, hey, you know, I have the resources. Let me throw in the engine. Okay, put the engine in, no problems. You know, it's obviously, you know, I don't have any power to this yet. I don't know if there's, ooh, I can't do any kind of, hmm, this is a bit interesting here. Now, if I do something like this, and I connect that to there, put that back on, so there's that, and then we can connect this over to there, and now we have energy flowing to our train station, but our train isn't moving, so um, that's nice. Drive the electric locomotive. Okay. Let's not do that. So it's interesting that I can actually drive the train, so that's, you know, that's helpful. Um, you know, I don't know how fast it is in compared to the, you know, the hypertubes. You know, obviously if I use like the, you know, uh, like a super fast method, then, you know, probably, you know, it probably, you know, beat the train out, you know, no problems. But, you know, for right now, we're not gonna worry about that. Um, so, you know, I still gotta get resources up here. But before I do that, you know, what I tried to do before was I tried to put down a freight car, you know, here on the track so that I could, you know, like you know, see how it kind of react to, you know, just resources like getting here, right? Because eventually, you know, we got resources going into these two ports there. And so I figured, you know, okay, I'll put the freight car down. Not enough space on track? Huh? What do you mean? That makes no sense. So, like, if I'm putting down a freight platform here, right? You know, and like you know, so like, hey, I put down a freight platform, you know, which I might I might have needed this extra platform anyway, right? But here's the thing. Here's where I'm having a problem with this. You know, a freight platform should be just enough, just you know, enough of a size to be able to handle a single freight car. You know, so like, hey, you know, we got yourself a freight car. You know, in the freight, area. So like the fact that it's like it's saying like, oh hey, your freight car doesn't have enough space. What do you mean? You should have enough space, for the freight car in the freight area. So the fact that, it's telling me that even the second area here, I don't have enough space is just, I don't know. It boggles my mind. So, okay, but let's go ahead and get the other levels and get all the resources up here. I'll deal with the freight later. Uh, that makes no sense. The the area that should be handling a freight, freight car should be able, should be the right size for the freight car itself. You know, like make it a little wider if necessary. I don't know. It's like, what? You know, what do you mean that the freight car doesn't have enough space? Whatever. Okay. So that's 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, and 40. Oh, wait. Did it put it in the wrong spot? I think I put it in the wrong spot. I think I want it facing this way. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we good? Yep, we're good. Okay. Alright, now we put our foundations out. And then, yep, we're good there. Blueprints. Industrial set. And there's that. Oh, wait, I want to put a foundation there so that we can walk on out here without too much difficulty. And link this up, that up, and then link that up. Okay, now grab the next floor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. There we go. that. There's that. And there's that. Okay, now I just need one more stop. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, and there we go. Gotta make sure that this kind of placed just right. There we go. There's that. That, and there is that. Okay. Sources are being piled in, and obviously, you know, our last stop is train station. Okay, now this is where things are gonna get a little interesting here because first off, I need to kind of get rid of these basic walls, you know, kind of in the way. I don't think I'm going to be able to get the, you know, I think the resources would kind of clip through it. So, I mean, we can double check that, but you know, and well, let me put the blueprints down anyway, because we can at least start with them, but I don't necessarily want to keep this upper set because, you know, I want the resources to, you know, transfer, you know, from here out to there, basically. So first off, we're going to get these up here. There we go. And then, so what we're gonna, let's see. We're gonna do, let's see about like, what happens when we do like 2 resources in one. Now, how does it load up the Okay, it's not loading anything into the freight car, so that's a little weird, but I was kind of hoping that I could see, um, like I could kind of see what happens with the loading of the car. Like, you know, how many resources is it going to load up? Well, okay, so, you know, clearly we have, you know, according to this freight car, you know, pretty much like a normal, you know, freight or, you know, like a storage container size, you know, amount here. So it looks like, um, you know, now the one thing that I'm gonna have a problem with is if, um, well, at some point in time, you know, if I do want to have it like, you know, a freight car per resource, then I can always just kind of get rid of the one line, move it over to, you know, move it over to another location, and you know, we can, you know, do that. Um, you know, but for the time being, let me do that. Let me see about. Yeah, I kind of doubt it, but you know, just kind of curious. Yeah, it's clipping through. So I was kind of figuring that that was going to be, you know, the case in this. So we'll just kind of leave that alone. But you know, we don't really need these anymore, so we'll cut those out. Now, what I want to do is do like a single railway here. Oh wait. Oh, I can't even do, it doesn't do like, well, it's very much like the, uh, um, you know, it's very much like the, conveyor belts. Like I have to kind of point it to a particular location in order for it to go somewhere. Gotcha. Okay. I mean, it makes sense because obviously, you know, it's gonna have to kind of bend and move, you know, bend in certain ways to, you know, get to, you know, the destination that we wanted to get it to. So, um, now, um, what I'd like to do is try to get these resources over there, you know, over to the, you know, over towards our coal area. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, um, you know, basically kind of build foundations all the way out there. Now, you know, the, you know, do I want to go like, you know, full on straight out here and then make the turn, or do I want to do like a kind of a zigzag, you know, um, you know, mean, I guess I don't necessarily need this wide of a track right at this moment in time. Um, you know, I just don't know what the I don't know what the turn radius is going to be on this. The other thing that I'm kind of thinking about here a little bit is the fact that, you know, I'm going to be going by, you know, the my wire, well, close to my wire here. So, but it's going to take a bit to try to get it up to this height. So that's going to be a bit of a pain, you know, because clearly, you know, I'm way up in the sky, so now one of the problems that, you know, I'm already pretty sure that I know is going to happen is the fact that, you know, the foundations that I'm making right now, you know, heading out to, you know, my coal power plant there is not in the right, I guess, positioning, you might say. So, you know what I could probably do is I can maneuver the tracks out that way to kind of get to the wire, and then kind of curve it around to here, and then we'll see, you know, we'll have the train station there, we'll have the, you know, train stop there, and we'll see whether or not it can kind of go backwards. If it can go backwards, then great. If it doesn't, then, well, um, you know, then we'll have to do the circle. So, okay, so we go out this way some more. A little bit more. I'm already kind of dipping into the dimensional depot's resources. as you can kind of see with the purple color there. Not quite there yet. I'm kind of out of resources already, so let's see. Trying to judge the overall distance here. You know, do I want to turn now? Or do I want to go a little bit further out that way? But, you know, again, I'm not quite sure. Like, you know, I feel like I'm lined up with that spot right there, which, and, you know, it's close, but not close enough for the wire. So, let's see. It's a little bit better, not by much though. One more set. Oh, that's like right on top of it. I don't want it that close. Alright, maybe right there is probably a fine. Yeah, that should be fine. So, okay. Don't have a concrete to handle the rest of the build there. So, let's see about trying to get the rail line out here, or at least, you know, relatively close. You know, I don't know how long, you know, I can make the rail line. Okay. Let's see. Railway. Oh, the fact that it needs pipes in order to... Oh, okay. Okay. Just wanted to kind of go straight right at the moment, so... There we go. I mean, thankfully the railway and, you know, the railway doesn't require a lot of, you know, the pipe and beams, so that's good. But the overall length of each segment is kind of meh. Okay, there we go. Okay. Yep. Kind of wish that I could slide. Oh, I can slide, just not with control. I can't hold it. Nah, hold down control and slide. So. Okay. There you go. Okay, and there we go. And put that there. Continue on going. Okay, and lock it in. This will probably be the last segment that I can kind of put in before. Ooh, okay. Apparently I can't. Yeah, okay. That's not gonna work. Alright, I don't even have a tunnel to get out to that spot right at the moment. But I really should check out like the rest of these islands, you know. Obviously, um, the out there is a barrier. Like I doubt that, we're gonna be able to like get out to, those mountains out there. I don't think they designed it that way to, you know, it's just like background texture kind of thing. You know, it would be kind of nice if they were to kind of design it, design an entire world, but at the same time, yeah, no. I can understand them not doing that either. That would be quite, I mean, just the sheer size of the amount of data that, you could potentially do for an entire world, especially with, resources and monsters and so on and so forth. Yeah, no. We're not there yet. Um, so, um, hmm. Am I seeing a potential, um, I think I saw a potential crashed right there, so let me mark that down. I need some more beams and some more pipes. Do I run all the way back down there and catch the elevators down? Or do I just make hoof it? Hmm. I'm kind of inclined on just trying to hoof it, but at the same time, swimming out that way isn't necessarily something that you know, I'd be super inclined to do either. Damn it. Okay. We'll go this way because you know, if I'm gonna be coming back up here with, you know, resources like, um, you know, if I'm gonna be needing to build up more foundations and rail line tracks and so on and so forth, I'm gonna need to, you know, get to a point where I can, um, okay.
Do you like my buttons? They're pretty nice, right? Customizable, functional, they have indicator lights. The full package. I think they're neat.
Customizable. Hmm. I mean, the, you know, elevator music is interesting. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, bit customizable. Gotcha. Okay. Um, but for right now, we'll leave it alone because, um, I still haven't necessarily adjusted everything yet, so, or, I haven't necessarily given each floor any kind of like resources or anything along those lines, you know, so, um, again, I don't really need these resources right at this moment in time, so we'll leave them here for right now. Hmm. I was thinking for a split second of, you know, grabbing the Explorer because it has a little bit, you know, more storage space in the back. Like here, I mean, you know, I can open up the menu and I can, you know, grab some resources, you know, or, you know, I can potentially put some resources in the back of the Explorer and, uh, you know, bring it along with me. But then I was thinking to myself, well, wait, you know, I'm already gonna be, you know, full of, you know, all the necessary resources that I can hold here. Having this being filled up isn't necessarily gonna be, you know, extremely helpful for me, you know, when I'm up there. So, all right. So first spot that we're gonna go off to is towards the hub. Um, we're gonna get ourselves some more cement and iron plates. Then we'll head back to um, the coal power plant area, and we'll get ourselves some more um, beams and steel pipes. And then we'll continue our train build. I saw a Mercer sphere up there, but it seems like there was a radiated probably hog up there. So oh wait, frack. Yeah, oh well. We'll come on down here and grab the beams and pipes then. Okay, so let's see. I have 4 resources to get right at this moment in time, and basically, well, it looks like I'm not using a whole lot of steel pipes, so I don't think I really need a lot more there. So actually, hold on. So let's see. Let me kind of wrench things here a little bit better so that I can kind of visualize what I'm looking at. So we have 9 spots per here, so that's a total of 18 plus 4. So we're looking at a total of, um, 22 spots for resources out of 4 resources. So that's about basically like 5 resources per. Um, but what I think I'm gonna do is maybe do 6 for 6 for beams, 6 for iron plates, 6 for concrete, and then like 4 total for 4 more total for the steel pipe. I don't think I really need um, the I don't think I really need as many. 3, 4, 5, 6. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, let me drop that in and pick up another stack there. And then should be good there. time to go grab the concrete and the iron plates. So off to the hub we go. And here we are. Okay. Um, okay, so I said that I need 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we drop that one in there. That should do. And then steel plates were over here. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. And I'm kind of curious. You know, obviously, well, obviously, you know, I'm not going to be able to complete the phase 3, especially not tonight. But, you know, maybe I can finish off the Fix-It Blueprints Mark II, but, you know, I would need that and all the resources therein. Oh, the fact that we need like 9 to even build one of those, yeah, no. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna waste our time like that. Okay, well, we're on our way. I do find it interesting, you know, just kind of thinking out loud here. As I continue to, you know, build up, you know, the elevators to, you know, an extreme height, um, it eventually said, "You're getting too far away from the fix-it equipment," you know, and then started like killing me. So I find it kind of interesting that kind of stated that in particular. Like, hey, you're getting too far from away from your, you know, your home base, your equipment, as though, you know, um, kind of you're like chained to the equipment that you you know, that you have, like your chain here. So, okay, there it goes. I was about to say, I'm like, you know, why am I seeing, plastic and rubber going on up, but not, the other resource. So, but no, it's they're going up too, so it's all good. So I appreciate the fact that, I can edit the floor info. I can name, the floors in particular, and I can, add, you know, color and buttons and so on and so forth to them. You know, um, kind of interesting, or at least, it'll be interesting to, you know, in a sense, kind of, um, when I can get to like an area where I'm gonna like try to build up like a full-on factory with everything kind of there. Uh, being able to kind of like state like, hey, this is the floor um for steel beams. This is the floor for steel pipes. This is the floor for um you know uh heavy modular frames. Blah blah blah. So it'll be kind of interesting to see um uh you know all right, now before you know I'm going to build the platforms out to where the turn is. I'm gonna, do the 3 wide. And then what I want to do is I want to see how much of a turn, I'm gonna need in order to get, the rail line around. Like how, um, you know, uh, are we gonna have any kind of problem with, uh, you know, turning it with, like, okay, there's that. Alright, so now that I have that all taken care of, I want to see, how much of turn radius we have with the rail line here. So, okay, there's that. It's like right there, right near the very. Alright, let me at least, put it in anyway. And then Oh, okay. Hmm. The problem that I have right at this moment in time is the fact that, I was trying to get it to kind of go back straight here, but it's not necessarily kind of working out that way. Like it, it wants to kind of curve all the way around like that. And I'm like, not quite what I want. So maybe if I do something like that, I can then do straight away without too much difficulty. But it's going at an angle here. I don't necessarily want it at an angle. I want it to be able to, um, let's see. Let me just kind of put that there. And put that. Okay. Seemed to be fine. Okay. There'll be a little bit of ways to kind of get to where the wire is. Probably another like 3 sets or so, and should be there, I would imagine. Close. Not quite though. Probably another good 3 set. Now the question that I'm gonna have here though is, you know, where am I gonna kind of put the train station if I'm, if I have the, rail line right dead center here, you know, the, let me kind of show you what I mean here. The train station is, it's big. So, you know, I'm gonna have to expand out the size of the platform again to handle the size of the station, you know. And then, you know, I'm also gonna need to um, you know, try to figure out how I want to get the you know, resources up here, um, because obviously that's a long ways away. Clearly, I'm not going to be able to do, you know, I can't necessarily, um, yeah, we're like right there, so, um, and see how the platforms that I have here, the foundations that I have here, is at an odd angle for the foundations over there, so that's not great. And that's why, you know, the whole, you know, world, um, you know, the fact that, you know, you have the world, you know, foundation, you know, set, you know, probably should be something that everybody should, you know, uh, like try to conform to as much as you can. Although I don't even know if I did, you know, if I conformed to the foundation, you know, or the world, uh, you know, I'm not sure if I even adjusted for the world for, you know, my platforms up here, you know, I don't really know. Okay. Gonna do that, all that there. Yeah, let me put a foundation there because I want to kind of see. I'm right above the. Hmm. The problem is that the um I might have started the platform a little too early. Okay. First off, let us get the um, let's get our railway out here a little further out. Then we will we'll head on down there and we'll start building our elevator up. You know, not exactly something that, you know, is gonna be well, it's a little irritating in the sense that, you know, the sheer size of getting up here is gonna be, you know, is just problematic. you know. A little bit of slow going, but hey, we're still getting there. Okay. I'm gonna basically stop it right before the expansion here. Because I'm not quite sure exactly where my main concern right at this moment in time is the fact that, you know, I don't know exactly where the elevator is going to come on up, as well as the resource, you know. And now, granted, you know, I'm only going to be sending up the um, the wire, because, you know, we don't have any other builds yet for the wire, but, you know, um, I want to be able to uh, you know, I'm gonna want to be able to, you know, figure out, like, you know, where you know, where the industrial storage is going to be, where the elevator is going to be, and um, you know, that will basically give me a rough idea as to where the train station is going to be, and where uh, uh, the freight station is going to be. Now, the one thing that I'm a little worried about here is, um, you know, so, you know, over there, obviously at, you know, my one trading station over there, you know, we have, you know, the engine, and we'll potentially have like one, you know, we'll have basically like maybe two cars, if not three, right? Freight, one, two, and three, right? And if I'm coming over here and picking up basically like a fourth car, then it will be either, you know, engine and then two freight, you know, which might be a bit problematic, because again, I don't know how it fills up the two cars, or I don't know exactly how it fills up the freight cars. You know, if I put in if I put in like the resource into like the top part and to the bottom part, will it fill up the car evenly, you know, between both? You know, um, will it only fill up, one car and basically say, hey, the second car is the second resource that I'm putting into that, you know, second area, or the, like, or right now I have two resources going into one, you know, oh, here, let me kind of fill it up here. So we have the, um, um, oh, wait, okay. Huh. So another train platform. So that doesn't necessarily, is that meaning actual like train station? Okay, well, here, let me kind of put that, here anyway, uh, just to kind of show, you know, I'm not necessarily planning on keeping it there, but we have the freight platform, right? You know, where, you know, right at this moment in time, we have two resources going into, our, you know, into being deposited, right? And, if we have one, freight car, you know, there, um, like, hey, here's our freight car, right? You know, um, will both the resources, fill up like half of these? Like, one resource will take up 16 slots while the other resource will take up 16? Or will it basically go like, hey, you know, it's all good, fine that you've, put in resources, here and here, but the resource here, will take up, one entire freight car, all 32 slots of it. And then it will basically say the second resource is going to take, the second freight car with all 32 slots, or, how does it handle that? I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see, right? Um, the, you know, I asked this because, you know, right now we have three resources, being, basically we have the potential of three resources going into our freight. Okay. Two going into one right at this moment in time, and then, we're going to have a single one going into another. You know, again, I want to see how it loads up the resources before I really kind of go into, how does it, am I going to need to do, um, you know, uh, you know, will I need to do one freight platform per resource, or how does it work? That's one of the things that I'm gonna have to kind of uh, look into and figure out, right? So, um, so if I'm bringing a resource up from below, I'm putting it in, right? Hey, we got a new resource. The wires are going in here. Um, will my three resources take up, you know, 16 for one, 16 for another, and 16 for the third, leaving 16 for the fourth resource that I'm coming by here? Or will it do 16 and 16 for the two, and all 32 for the third? You know, or will it need 32 for all three different resources? You know, so that's basically something that we'll have to see. Not quite sure. So that's all. That's why I'm looking at this and going, how am I going to handle this? So we are going to basically fall on down to our resource down there and start building up an elevator up here, so that we can get to the train depot and start getting the resource you know uh, uh, moved up here. So that's going to be quite an undertaking. Now let's see. Okay, I already have a lot of steel beams, but I see that I'm going to be needing some silica. So let me head on back. You know what I think I'm gonna do? I'm gonna um, hop in the train and come out this way and see if I can actually go backwards and how fast it's gonna go. I know that I left some silica in one of the other, industrial storage. So I want to see. The other thing that I want to check out is, right now we have the train line kind of ending abruptly. I want to see, does the train automatically stop? Does it continue going and therefore derail? Or, like what happens if the train does derail? So, what's it?
Dad was asking if you can come down with me to help him.
Oh, yeah, yeah. No worries. Okay, folks, be right back. I need to go help out my brother, so this will be a slight break here. Be right back. Okay. My mic was spiking. Not quite sure exactly what was going on there, but okay. Hopefully that didn't hurt your ears when I came on back. Apologies if it did. Okay, so we're only got about 30 more minutes left before we end the stream. You know, so getting close. I want to remove this one for right now. You know, because I just want to like move the train and see, you know, see what happens there. But for right now, we need to.
May I ask you if you've considered all the possibilities that the other direction might offer you?
Yeah, death. That's the other direction. That's what the other direction would offer me. Death if I keep on going up. So no. No, I don't want that. Um, oh wait, did I miss? Oh no, there it is. I was about to say, did I miss? Did I forget that, you know, the storage container? But no, it's right here. So okay, and then we'll just put all of our resources in there. And that should be fine. All right. So we're gonna I don't really have any kind of quick transportation over there. So I mean, the only thing that I can think of that, you know, might actually be, you know, decent in getting over there fairly quickly for you know, what I need to do is you know, let's get the Explorer going. Oop. Still drifting around a little too much. Pardon me, excuse me? I don't want to go out that way because, you know, I don't necessarily want to get the Explorer stuck. So just keep on going out this way. And we should be relatively good, I think. Let's see. There's a good place to park this. I guess this will work. Alright. Right. Alright. So we got our work cut out for us right at this moment in time. So what we're gonna do is we're going to... Alright. We're going to put one platform here to basically act as our base for our elevator. And then we'll do that, and then put this all the way up to, 160, if I can. Oh, it's not gonna give me the, I have to kind of back off a little bit so that it's a little bit more nuanced. So, there we go. The problem that we're gonna have is the fact that, this is gonna be a little interesting in getting the resources up, because obviously the angle is slightly off on this, but alright, well, we need elevator floor stop, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. And then, alright. Let's see. Need power. They're all the Mark 1s. Not great, but whatever. Power line is a power line. Alright, so we have 0 meters, 40 meters, yeah. Alright, then we'll do... Let's see. Oh wait, I don't need to make a second elevator yet. Let's see. What I do need to do is get conveyor belt here. Up to about there, huh? Not quite middle ground, but okay. Let's see. Surface too uneven. There we go. Let's see. Organization, storage. If I do something like that, will it hook in perfectly nicely, or will it give me some grief? It's gonna give me some grief, okay. Let's put that there. And then, let's see. Aw, come on. You're not gonna give me any kind of connection whatsoever? Aw. It's not lining up nicely. Let's see. Okay, I don't think, if I'm not mistaken, I don't have the, yeah. It's not giving me the line, so. Okay. Slightly off there. There we go. Let's see. And then we want something there. And then there we go. Now, next floor. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There. All right. And data meters, here we go. Okay. Meters out that way. 10 meters out that way. And then we'll do one here. Because it's gonna be okay. Hold on. I'll put that there. And that should be in the right spot for the connection here. Not quite. Still need to be over a little bit more down. Okay. Are we good? Hopefully we're good now. Okay. Wait, why are there no resources coming up here? Oh, but did I forget to put a... I think I might have forgotten to put that on there. So let me head on back down here real quick. Yeah, I didn't put it in. Damn it. So there's no way for resources to get from here up there. So there we go. All right. Okay, now we have 2 more floors to go. Well, I mean, we have a lot of floors to go actually, and there's, you know, to get it all the way up to where we need to kind of go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And that should be good. Yep. And there's that. And then organization, industrial storage. And then we'll put that there. Oh, wait, I need one on top there. Then we'll put this here. So easy to do, so. And then grab that, put it up there. And resources. Yay. Alright. And then we go up to 160 meters. Okay. Alright. Now. There's that. Oh, wait. One on top. And put the resources up here. And get these resources in there. There we go. And now... I'm gonna put the elevator over on this side because, you know, as I have the resources climbing up there, if I put the elevator here and then try to do like 10 out, then it's not gonna really work very well in my favor. So I'm gonna put the foundation there. I'm gonna get the elevator set up there. And we go up 160. Once again, we're having some issues with that nuance. So it's like angle's just ever so slightly off, that it's not hitting the 160 just right. There we go. Okay, and we have that, plug it into that, powering up that. And we need some more floor stops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Yep, awesome. You know, I need to check the distance here because obviously if I'm off by like a meter or so, then it's gonna look kind of ugly, so. Alright, so there's that. There's that. So now we put our, you know, platform, our storage right there. And then we'll put one right there so we can continue building everything up. And then we'll do this right. Let's see. Has to go right there. Oh wait, I need one on top. And then you know, I'm always afraid that I'm gonna fall off the edge there. Okay, resources are funneling in, so that's good. We'll grab our next elevator floor stop. So 1, 2, 3. Hello. Get back over there. 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. That should be 80. Yep. Okay. And then there's that. Put one up here. Tack this on. And then and there's that. Everything flowing on up. Yep. And we're good there. Yes. Awesome. Alright. So now, next elevator stop. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's see. We got it good? Yep. Oh. Build 5,000 foundations. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay then. organization, industrial storage. And there's that. And put one on top. 6. Get that in there. And then grab that. Put that up there. Double check resources are flowing into both. Yep. Awesome. Okay. Now, another floor stop. So, oh wait, no. I don't need to worry about that because we're already at 160. So, now there is going to be somewhat of a slight problem that I figure is probably going to be kind of a pain in the ass. But, you know, hopefully it won't be too problematic. And that is the, you know, obviously, you know, my initial build here, you know, when you first build an elevator, it says, "Oh, you're starting off at 0." Well, yes, but in some ways, no, because you're still kind of building it at a spot that is, you know, still kind of, you know, slightly above, you know, slightly above water, you know, so it's not, you know, it's not necessarily at like the, it's not going to be at the same exact height, and that's a little bit of a concern with me right at this moment in time because the um, the elevator from you know these two elevators, or the, you know, I'm doing 160, great, but here's the thing: if uh, you know trying to line up with that platform right there, which is at 160 over there, might not necessarily line up with, you know, my elevators going up here. Like, it might be at, like, you know, 149 or some weird shit like that. You know, it's just might be slightly off, and because of that, you know, I'm afraid of what I'm gonna have to face when I get, you know, when I eventually get this, you know, close by to the train platform up above. So I have a funny feeling that I'm gonna have a nightmare of a situation just trying to get the elevator to kind of stop at the, you know, right location. So one, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, power. There we go. Oh, and there's the 8R arc. I would have liked to have kind of gotten, you know, a little bit of more movement on the train, but you know, I didn't necessarily, uh, you know, I wasn't really expecting, or I didn't really know the overall distance that I was kind of limited in terms of the, um, you know, the conveyor lifts for one thing. So, um, so, um, this is kind of, it's kind of unfortunate because, you know, I did want to get to a point where I could see like,
Any self-respecting factory needs an elevator.
thank you. Um, yep, I was afraid of that. So, um, so needless to say, you know, uh, my elevator alignment did not necessarily meet up with the train, you know, train platform alignment. So, um, and another problem that I'm, you know, potentially seeing here, which is going to be a little bit of a problem here. Oh no, it does. It looks like I'm kind of lined up nicely. So, well, then again, maybe not so much nicely. Ugh. Um, um, yeah, I was afraid that could be a potential problem. Well, frack. Well, this is gonna have to wait until next time. Um, you know, this is one of those, uh, this kind of stems back to my statement about the world grid. You know, the fact that, you know, if I'm not using the world grid completely or, you know, perfectly in every kind of situation, then, well, I'm I'm causing myself pain and, you know, pain later, and here we are. You know, this is pain. Because, you know, clearly I can't put the foundation there to, you know, to line up with the, um, you know, I can't, you know, the, you know, we have slight difference, you know, in overall height. We're, you know, just slightly, you know, off to the side there. Um, yeah, this This is a bit janky right now, and that's a problem. And I have a funny feeling that if I don't try to get this like lined up for everything, I'm gonna just keep on having problems like this throughout my entire playthrough. Especially if I want to try to use, you know, an aerial, SkyTrain like this. So, you know, in some ways I was afraid that this was gonna happen, but yeah. So, we got some work cut out for us in this regard. I might try to just do a little bit of cleanup offline, um, or at least, at the very least, get the you know the wire area rotated. The biggest problem that I'm seeing right at this moment in time that I'm afraid is gonna happen is we're gonna have the exact same issue with over there. You know, um, it feels like I'm at a different angle than what I'm seeing there, on those platforms, and you know, yeah, everything is not lining up properly, and that is going to present some major headaches trying to get things um to try to get an elevator going, try to get ramps going, try to get um storage containers and all that kind of jazz set up. It's just uh this looks like a nightmare. I messed up. you know, I didn't know about uh, the world snap grid. So now that, you know, and even then, I don't know if I even set, my train station up properly. I don't know. So, the things that I know now, you know, what I could do when I first started the game, kind of thing. So, um, So yeah, this is gonna be kind of a mess. But we'll work through it. You know, we'll redo everything if necessary. You know, um, you know, yeah, I screwed up and caused problems. Now. But later on down the line. Once everything kind of you know fits together like a glove, then it's gonna make me happy. But obviously this here, that does not. So we'll have to deal with it. So, but that's gonna be it for tonight. We're gonna go ahead and end it there. Um, more uh, more work to come to get everything kind of fixed and working properly. Um, I'll see what I can do about trying to adjust this a little bit better. Um, and as it stands right now, what I probably should do is just stop my overall resource um, being sent up there. That's just gonna cause a nightmare for trying to rework this. So, so yeah, um, oh boy, I got my work cut out for me. So, um, this might look a little different, come next time. Here, matter of fact, let me stop that for now. Um, so that's gonna be it for tonight. Want to thank everybody for stopping on by and lurking. If there were any lurkers, thank you for stopping on by. Like and subscribe would be fantastic if you can. Check out the description for multiple links that links such that would help me out directly. Such as Patreon and or Discord, or not Discord, donation. Um, I also have links to Discord, Twitter, and Blue Sky if you're so inclined on following me there or joining the Discord, joining the community. Not quite sure. Um, you know, I'm not that big of a chatter, but you can still find me there. I'll do what I can. You know, my introverted self. um, and then there's also some other links down below. Um, to my friends that I've met along the way. Those that are in Team Robot. Um, their streaming links are down below, so go show them some love as well. So, but that's gonna be it for tonight. I want to thank you all for stopping by and watching. Appreciate that. Uh, this is the end of part D for today's stream on June 25th, 2026. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Have a good night. And catch you all next time.